Rock. I appreciate the follow. Let me go like this real quick. Sorry, I just gotta move some things around. Alright, let me do your push-ups real quick. Alright, I appreciate the follow. How you doing today? How is it going? And music coming to an end with absolutely perfect timing. Hey, just check, make sure. Maybe. I feel like the gunshots were really good yesterday. So we'll leave that volume exactly where it is. But here we go. We're into day number 2. And we got a pretty close one overall right now. I mean, besides maybe Sakura Zensen and Duel up towards the top, having a fantabulous day 1. Sakura Zensen with 89 points, Duel with 63. We're having a pretty relaxed day. We had a pretty relaxed day overall. The next best team had 47 points. You drop down to 8th place, 31 points. So 16 points separating 3rd place to 8th place. And then 8th place all the way down to 13th place is only 10 points. So you don't really have a huge spread of teams right now that are running away with it. You have 2 teams that kind of soaked up a good chunk of points, especially in Sakura Zensen getting 89. And they're starting off in the center of zone. Duel also in a very good spot where they should be able to get some prio. They should be able to grab whatever they want with really not that much trouble. I do think we just need to turn this up a little bit. But yeah, Sakura Zensen, dead center of the zone already. And they're sitting on 89 points, so today is a day where they can kind of do what they want. It looks like Penta gonna be over near Kin, who's sneaking up on Penta. Did he see him through the doorways there? That is a question. So Kin looking at this loot. He knows someone landed over here. So he's kind of trying to keep his head out. He's looking at all the loot that's on the ground. He doesn't really see anything taken yet. So he may start running around a little bit more. Or he may hide in a corner trying to wait for Penta. I don't know if he's heard his footsteps or not yet. Oh, Penta definitely, with these vehicles rolling up, knows that people are over here. So the rest of Sakura Zensen might make it over here. It's a Panzer for Penta. So he's in a great spot to try and hold out. If people try and push him, he's just going to be able to Panzer them straight into the face. They have Adam silencing up onto this. He should be able to get up onto the roof, and now it's some long-range shots. And the rest of Sakura Zensen make their way right over here. Because they don't have anything to be scared of. Meanwhile, Mighty Gods, they only got 18 points off the first couple of matches. Mr. T is spotted out. Damage being done in Penta, hitting a headshot onto Newbie. And Mighty Gods already down a player. So now we're going to see a prey. Whoa, one more bullet, and Nika is able to find the bullet to get a knock onto Mr. T, and Mighty Gods down 2 players. The exact start that they didn't want, and Sakura Zensen is happy to have. 2 more points for them, and they might try and see if they can make it to like 180 points at this point. I mean, that's almost what they're on pace for. And honestly, with how they're playing, I think they could do it. Mika getting shot in the bus. One more bullet needs to connect, and it does not. How many? 8 teams move on, Dale. So your top 8 are going to move on. Right now, that's Sakura Zensen, Duel, Rezav, 4 Dogs, Yahoo, Gooners, Train to Go, and Dots. Those are your 8 teams moving on, with Dots being the cutoff right now at 31 points. Collector and Wuju 2 just below them. And if Wuju 2 plays better today, which I would expect. They're definitely going to be one of the teams vying for it. They're in 10th place right now. They're tied for 9th place, but because of placements, they are only in 10th place. 3 points away from Dots in 8th. So, very, very close. Oh, and now you have Gooners foot pushing up towards the two-man of Mighty God. So you're going to have Icy Flex and Bunt up against Eddie and Kin. And Bunt and Icy Flex have been very, very good so far. Yesterday, they weren't able to get quite as many kills as they were before, but they're at 36 points right now. So if they can just average a decent day here... Oh, Icy. Eddie saw him. Eddie is prepping the nade right now. Throwing the nade out. Shots out. Eddie hits a double headshot onto Icy Flex. Kin gonna throw a nade over, try and get some sort of flush, but that nade goes way too far. Greg shot brings Eddie down to a single hit point with the Panzer, but he goes down as well. Eddie gonna pick up a second, so this turns this back into a 2v2. Matt does get a quick peek onto Kin to do a tiny bit of damage. Bunt relocating. Spots out Kin, shoots a bunch, and now the nade gonna be prepped by Kin as Eddie gets another knockback. Icy Flex with the double headshot onto Kin. Panzer comes out, Bunt goes down. Eddie is outside right now, so it's a 1v1. Icy Flex versus Eddie. And I think Icy Flex is going to go for the res immediately and get this back into a 2v1. But the reses are going to come out, and look who's lurking. Sakura Zensen, the team that is ready for any single fight to present itself. Bunt going to get knocked again. Icy Flex looking about, trying to go for the shots. Has a little bit of a head peek. Doesn't find anything yet. Eddie gonna go for a stun. Meanwhile, He-Man steals the kill onto Greg shot. So it's gonna go back into a 2v2 here in a second. But now it's Util coming out from Sakura Zensen over towards Gooners. He-Man did get shot in the side by Supernova. Supernova down in 13th place with 21. They had a couple of good games on Erangel, but I feel like after that, whew, they struggled a little bit more. Eddie with a clean headshot through the fence, and Bunt and Icy just keep on chaining reses. They're like, yeah, you can knock us as much as you want. We're just going to keep on spamming reses. Do what you wish. We have a game plan for this, and you won't be able to take us down because you can't push. Sakura Zensen would take you down if you did. Rezav have picked themselves up a kill out of this. So Sakura Zensen, 4 kills so far because they picked up both members of Gooners. They had the 2 kills earlier on to Mighty Gods. And it looks like 4 Dogs was able to pick up a kill onto Collector. Ooh, Valley in a buggy, spinning out, 1 bullet away from death, and there he goes. Should be able to get flushed out as well. So Rezav able to pick themselves up a second point, and they are getting ever so close to the safety point, and the rest of Dots are now rotating through here. Flanker just trying to sneak his car far enough forward, as Nubsky seems to be glitching out a little bit on the top of this rock. It seems so quivery while he's moving around on it. But they are in the zone, and we go up towards the north, so Supernova with their 2-2 split are going to be in a fantastic spot. Mika has made it almost into Hacienda. Oh, he's just going to sit still, and he's going to wait for Eddie to run right into him. He has no reason to do anything else. Yeah, as soon as Eddie comes through here, that's going to be a knock. Should be a flush as well. Yeah, there's no way that Kin is going to be able to get over to him in time. Kin is going to watch it try and spray towards his feet. The flush comes out, and 5 kills to start off game number 1 in the first 10 minutes for Sakura Zensen. This is a team that I feel like if they carry this momentum going into the qualifiers is going to be a force to be reckoned with. And I can't wait to see how they play. It has been just absolutely phenomenal gameplay from them. High kill games. Even when they're going out, they're still getting 10, 11 kills, and they're getting the points that they need. And they're kind of just all doing what they want now, because they can. Meanwhile, Gooners, as a 2-man, they were able to retreat all the way back down to here, but Joshi has since joined this compound. And the rest of Pest Control going to make their way over here. Bunt gets the knock onto Joshi. Going to be able to get the flush as well. Pest Control going to be crashing onto this. Icy Flex out here. Does he make it into the... Oh, barely into the building in time before Blissey makes it up over the top. Honestly, if he had stayed there for a little while longer, I think he would have been better off. Nade goes out and knock onto Icy Flex. We hop over. Skyline versus TTG, and TTG able to take down Skyline. So Icy Flex has been knocked. Bunt going to be the last player left for Gooners. Meanwhile, Pest Control down to a 3-man. And they're going to be pushing up against Bunt. I don't know if Bunt has a extended mag. If he doesn't have an extended mag, this is going to be a difficult fight for him in a 2v1. BattleX isn't really close yet, but it looks like he is making his way over here. It seems like he doesn't have a vehicle and he's just running down the hillside, though. So if Sakura Zensen decides to look over at that hill, they're going to be able to see him take some free shots, and he won't be long for this match. Karam, it looks like he wants to throw a nade over into the other building. He's just not sure if that's exactly where Bunt is. Okay, Bunt doesn't have an extended mag. That was an important piece of information. It looks like BattleX is going to be able to make it over here. And Sakura Zensen's ready to third party. They're ready. They're like, if more knocks come out, we're just going to fight this. They have no fear. They don't need to have any fear. And they're prepared and ready. Bunt gets a knock onto one. BattleX with the trade immediately. And now the spray down. Penta gets a knock on to BattleX, but it's Lucid from long range to get the knock onto Penta. And there's 2 knocked currently for Pest Control. We see Mika trying to peek over here, but blissed. And 4 Dogs just not wanting this to happen. He-Man spots out Karam. Karam trying to go for the shots. He does connect and bring one of the players down to about half. Yahoo eliminated there by Supernova. So Supernova in the first couple of games yesterday also played pretty well. So I don't know if it's they start the day well, they play Erangel well. We'll have to see, as Rezav, I feel like, have been the model of consistency. They have 2 knocked on train to go. There's only 2 players up, and it's not really an easy spot to get reses. Smoke's going out again. Cater trying to go for this. He's made it over to Adit, trying to get the res. And he may need to throw down another smoke here in a second, as it looks like Beleda and Pana Dorito are just going to be sending it over here. Beleda crashing right on to the building, taken down super low as Tremble hits a lot of shots. He gets the knock onto Beleda. So now you have Kesno coming down the hillside. Panadorito on the other side. Shots coming out from Trimble as he's taken care of 2. Cater gets the knock onto 1, and Kesno goes down to Trimble, so it's falling apart for Razav. With Rez trying to go out, it looks like Adit is going to go down completely as Trimble is getting the flushes. Panadorito not in a spot to be able to help. He should be able to get a couple of shots onto Trimble here in a second. Yes, he does, and they're good shots. There's the knock. Can he find Cater? No, Cater gets around the corner in time. Mafu just trying to dip, duck, and dodge, and Panadorito, unfortunately, him and Team Razav do so much damage, aren't able to get any more kills off of it. And it's just unfortunate for them. Kamon gets a knock onto Karam as he's driving by. The flush comes out, and that's another point for Duel. 65 points, I'd say you're definitely safe, unless Sakura Zensen just absolutely obliterates the lobby game after game like they've done so far. And then you honestly might be good closer to the 50-55 point mark. So Team Razav are closing in on that, but they got a little ways to go. Yeah, PAS Finals. I had them. My brain isn't remembering. Give me just a second. I will find it. Okay. So, where qualifiers, so group stages are September 5th through 7th. Last year, actually. There we go. We'll do that. We're gonna do the fight between Sakura Zensen and Duel real quick, and then I will pull up the dates and everything for you. So Duel crash onto this compound. They're down below. Sakura Zensen up above. It looks like Sakura is just a 3-man in this. Yeah. And then it's like week after week with... Okay, looks like this is going to take a second. Yeah, so September 5th and 7th, and then 13th, 14th, and then 19th through 21st for grand finals. So September. Absolutely. And we're probably going to be doing a watch party the whole time for him, because I want to keep up to date and I want to hang out with all of the wonderful community members. So we're going to be trying to do that as Adam gets a knock onto Wooly. He's their off-angle player. So he's... No, he actually made it over here. So he made it over here with an and then immediately hits a headshot to knock Wooly. That's insane. 4 dogs pushing down towards the members of Collector. 4 Earth, not blinded anymore, does get the knock onto 1. 4 Earth goes down now instead. Ice trying to go for the shots, brings Psycho down so low, and he does find the final shot that he needs. As out in the blue zone, Bliss goes down, but 4 dogs picking up some kills before they potentially go down here. Gas cam being blown up by Penta doesn't find any damage onto Lobes. And Supernova, it looks like, crash onto 4 dogs for position, and now they're going to be fighting Run It Down. Kev gets the knock onto Taystu. Nades flying out from Batty. And Penta's still keeping his eye wherever he can. They're up to 9 kills in this match. And that's crazy. They're 2 points away from already breaking 100 points. They have some ridiculous point totals so far. I think in the round of 64, they ended with 168 or 186. No, it was 182 they ended round of 64 with. And then round of 32, they had 103, so they've broken 100 points every single time. They're up to 99. And it looks like Duel's going to be pushing onto them. Penta outside in the smoke here. And he had someone bump up against him. So Duel are inside the building. Penta was able to avoid it by slowly walking in the smoke. And now Mika and Penta are going to find one. He throws the Molotov. It's going to catch someone else on fire, so he gets a second. Going to get the flush. And that's 2 down for Duel. IQ trying to deal with the other 2 members of Sakura Zensen who sent it into the safe zone. Trying to get outside of the blue zone that's pushing in, and IQ with his Mutante ready for anyone who comes in. K-Mine with the short, he finds one. Headshot onto Penta, doesn't find the knock. So IQ, he hears the footsteps outside. He goes for the flush, trying to find Penta, but the smoke giving enough cover. Looks like he wants to try and go for the res. If K-Mine doesn't have a blue zone bag, it's not worth it. The nade goes out. IQ did have the door shut. Now he opens it up as Penta gonna have to be trying to move forward. And from behind, Adam takes down IQ. Now Penta just has to make his way into the zone. Hopefully he has a vehicle that he can send it over in. Otherwise, he is gonna be in a very tough position to send it forward. Adam, 1 bullet left in his arm. He's trying to make it count either towards TTG or Blissey. And He-Man getting shot in the back. Yeah. TTG have an angle onto that. Trimble gets the knock onto He-Man with the Mark 14. He does spot out Adam as well. 1 bullet. Can he hit the headshot? Trimble is ready. He's still trying to peek over. He's pretty sure there's one still in the blue zone for Sakura, and he's absolutely right about it. But Adam has made the cross already over to He-Man. I think they thought he was still trying to make it. Little bit of a misread there on the timing. And they are going to be back up to a 3-man, though Penta is more just on survival mode. Adam really wants Blissey to be the one to peek him, because if they can get a knock onto Blissey, or really a finish with the then they have a spot they can play to into this next zone. Supernova, it looks like they're going to be pushing over the hillside. And Penta does get flushed out here. He-Man, oh, timing just a little bit off, goes down, shots coming out. Penry versus Adam. Adam hits a headshot, he swaps over to the isn't able to let it work out. Kev gets the knock, and Supernova up to 4 kills. Batty gets knocked by Toto Bibbo, and Kev gonna be the last player left standing as we see Dots dying in the kill feed. And there we go. Wuju 2 able to take them down. So Wuju 2 have now taken the spot away from Dots. Those kills were not only important because they needed them to get up into the top 8, but because they took over Dot's position in the top 8. Oh, Blissey. His door getting blown off, and Toto Bibbo gonna be staring down into that. They're at 6 kills right now, and if they want to try and make a run into the top 8, they definitely need games like they're having right now. So we're down to our top 4. Toto Bibbo, Wuju 2, Train to Go, and Pest Control. Blissey, the last one up for Pest Control. And they're at 29 points. So right now, they're only 6 points away from a top 8 position. Toto Bibbo have a lot of work to do, and this could be the start of their comeback story. Wuju to a team that I fully expect to be able to make it through the qualifiers. Have now made it into the top 8, and they need really a win here, especially with the zone that they just got. They should either get second place or a win here to try and secure their way further up the leaderboard. Be a little bit safer. TTG, maybe a team that I wasn't fully expecting, but they do have Trimble on the team. I believe Trimble in the last PAS was playing for Tilt Town, and he's a monster. He is a very, very good player, and I feel like it could be making a difference for TTG and their chances to make it through these qualifiers. They're at 46 points right now, and he has 5 of the kills in this match so far of their 8 total. So I think he's definitely been a difference maker for them in the 3 gear in the Mark 14. Certainly helping them make things happen, but Cater here able to get a knock. Doesn't get the flush onto Sneak Attack. Grabs the blue zone nade, throws that forward. Oh, that nade so good. Cater's gonna go down. Vibes gets a knock onto Mafu. Does the blue zone do enough to get the flush onto Sneak Attack? No, Sneak Attack is a little bit outside of it, but it's also stopping his team from being able to go for the res. They do make it over here in the last second, and Blissey has sent it into the middle of these two teams. That send from Blissey is insane. And the fact that he made it there is even crazier. So we're going to see Wuju 2 up against Toto Bibbo with a snake in the grass called Blissey. Can Toto Bibbo rise to the challenge and start their comeback story with a win? I mean, a win here will bring them up into close to 12th or 13th place, maybe even slightly above, depending on how many kills they get. Because Blissey may be able to sneak his way into a second place and doing some damage to Wuju too. But Toto Bibbo, they are going to have to send it down the hillside. Blissey finds a new 2 helmet, and he's just finding a different spot to play from. I think he's trying to hope for a spot where Wuju 2, if they push up, won't be able to really find him. But if Toto Bibbo push down, then they're going to be on the opposite side, and he's going to be free to go. And Zito takes down Vibes before he can even make it a quarter of the way down the hill. And Blissey finds a knock onto Seifu, and he's going to get the flush as well. So that's a point for Blissey. He's going for more onto Zito. And now he just goes to a new spot, picks up a fresh 2 vest, and maybe looks for a knock onto Toto Bibbo. If he can just keep on picking one player off from each team, he's going to make this a lot more doable for himself, but he has started this off so that these two teams are going to try and fight more. That nade going to do good damage to 2 different players, but he doesn't have another one followed up with. No blue zones or Molotovs, so the offensive util is not for Lucid. And Blissey definitely could have been a game changer right there, taking down Seifu. So we see everyone slow down while Sneak Attack makes his way over here with a nade. Blissey, got to be careful from both sides. That nade going to go out. Blissey taking a lot of damage from Quando. Now the stun's coming forward. Blissey getting pushed. He is completely blind. Quando does find the shots onto him. And Zito on this edge, ready for this fight. Does spot out Quando, doesn't find any damage onto him. And his position has been given away. Sneak attack makes it up top, and he finds the knock on Quando. Lucid finds Janlo 3v2 for Wuju 2. And Lucid find Kite. One left, and there we go. Sneak attack able to find the final kill in Wuju 2. 8 kills in the chicken dinner in match number 7 to bring themselves up into 5th place. 18 points there for them. Toto Bibbo, 15 points. Get 2nd place. Sakura Zensen, 15 more points for them. Because why not? They like points, and they're at over 100 at this point. So we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for our last Miramar of the weekend and match number 8. DJ, how you doing? Perfect. Yeah, Wuju 2 getting that chicken, and now they're up into 5th place was absolutely insane. So now they're at 46 points all of a sudden. And if they keep it up, looking decently okay to qualify. I'm expecting right around the 65 point mark to be the qualifying. Yes, dude, Sakura Zensen is absolutely insane so far. I think their lowest point game was like a 7-point game or something so far. They've been getting so many 20-point games. It's insane. So they're through. Duel is probably through. Just so long they have 1 or 2 more points. So you got He-Man, Penta, Adam, and Mika. Oh, Z! You got an Oshawott. And Oshawott is a awesome starter. I love Oshawott quite a bit. How are you doing today, Z? But yeah, so Sakura Zensen has a stacked team, and they are dominating, and I can't wait to see how they do next weekend. I'm glad you're doing good. SZ members again. Penta, He-Man, Adam, and Mika. Yeah. Adam so far. One sec. Let me get a quick update to make sure I have the most accurate one. So, Penta has 26 kills. He-Man has 20 kills. Adam and Mika both have 17 kills. Yeah. So round of 64 for Sakura Zensen, they had 182 points. Round of 32, they had 103. And right now, they're sitting at 104 points. Who's IGL? I'm trying to think back. I can't remember. We did a POV stream from Mika's POV on the round of 32, so on Thursday. So if you go back to Thursday's VOD, you might be able to listen to that and figure it out. I'm not positive. But yeah. Another storyline that I think we should pay attention to, though, is the fact that Dots are in 9th place right now with 33 points. So they're currently on track to not qualify. And Train to Go has been phenomenal about getting placement points, but they don't have a lot of kills. Trimble for Train to Go has 16 kills. And that is triple the second player on their team. So Trimble is doing so much work for TTG, and when he was playing on Tilt Town last PAS, he was absolutely phenomenal. So I feel like Trimble is definitely a name that we may have to pay attention to. If for some reason he doesn't play with TTG in the next tournament, seeing what team he's playing with, he's clearly being a difference maker right now. I mean, 16 less points for TTG, and they're down on 30 points, and that puts them down into like 11th or 12th. Even if you still have another player that gets like 5 kills, like a lot of the rest of the team has, I think they have like 3, 4, and 5. That still puts you down around Dots or still below 8th place. So I think Trimble is definitely one of the players we should pay attention for. But yeah, Gooners, they're in 8th place. Yahoo right now is in 7th. Before the last match yesterday, they were outside of the top 8 for the entire day. And then they had a really good they had an okay match, and then they had a really good last match. So they were able to propel themselves up the leaderboard. One team that was doing really well in the round of 32 and round of 64 that hasn't been doing so well in the round of 16 is Mighty Gods. A lot of the other teams are right around where they've been, with Four Dogs being the outlier, and they are playing tremendous right now. Blist, Lucid Freak, and Vorpal, and Ice. Sorry, I don't know why I tried to stop at 3 names there. Yeah. I mean, they have 8, 7, 5, and 5 for kills. With Blist having 8, Lucid having 7, Vorpal 5, Ice Tech 5. So it's just consistency for them. They're getting the points. They're getting 2 or 3 placement points with 2 or 3 kills every single match. And that consistency has them in 4th place right now. Now, if for some reason in every single match after this, we see a team win that's below them, then all of a sudden just having consistent games might not be enough. As Yahoo pulling up below Gooners, who maybe need to stop gooning a little bit and need to be ready to dominate in a couple of fights here. But it looks like they're moving as a 4-man right now. So if anyone ends up over here or trying to fight them, all 4 of them are together, and the players will go down. It looks like now that they're going up the hillside as a 4-man as well. So they are just 4-man foot pushing building to building right now. They are not afraid to just stick together, play together, and go from there. Toto Bibbo having a good match last time, have gotten a few points. They're still in 14th place, but if they get the same amount of points as they got in the last match for all the rest of the matches, they're at least gonna have an outside chance of making it up there. Oh, Shinboy with the bullet. We see the bullet ricochet off of the window in front of him. The bar saving his life. So 3 teams outside of the top 8 that I expect to kind of push a little bit harder right now are Dots, Pest Control, and Mighty Gods. But Mighty Gods are quickly losing their opportunity. If they don't have a good match here, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them. Meanwhile, you have Pest Control and Dots, who are just outside of the top 8 right now, where they just need a couple of things to go the right way for them. And if they can get those things to go the right way, they should be able to make it up into the top 8. But it's not like... I'd say the 2 teams in the top 8 that are a surprise to me right now are Four Dogs and Trimble. And Four Dogs have just, again, been consistent in getting placement points and getting a couple of kills. And that's why they're up in 4th place right now. They haven't really had bad games. And I believe they ended up with a win yesterday. So first match, they only got 1 point yesterday. So I guess they didn't start off great. Match 2, they got 2nd place with 7 kills. Match 3, they got at least another point. So I guess they kind of went back and forth between getting really high points, and then they got like 1 point. Because match 4, they got 10 points in the 3rd place. Match 5, they got 12 points. 2nd place, 6 kills. And then match number 6, they got 8 points, 2 kills, 6 placement points. So it really has been the placement points for them. They had 2 games where they didn't do great, but every other match besides that, they got plenty of placement points to make up for any times they didn't get any kills or any high placement. And Sakura Zensen just dominated so much that puts them in 4th place in match number 9 here. Ooh, for Earth. Shoots at Adam, only hits him once. And he's probably gonna want to excavate from that position as, yeah. He does start getting shot at by Kesno as soon as he hops into the vehicle. Takes only 1 bullet of damage to the tire. So that should be able to survive for a little while longer. Sakura Zensen in their vehicle. They are ready to move if this zone goes somewhere. And we are going down to the south. So we were talking about how dots may just need something to work the right way. They are in a spot very close to center zone. They have prio pretty much anywhere in center. They have to make this game count. Mighty Gods on the edge might be able to camp Collector a little bit. That is 1 tire gone for Earth. A 2nd tire gone. And Eddie now has to try and capitalize off of that. But Earth perfectly uses the tree. To avoid the shots from Eddie. Collector should be able to collect their teammate and continue their rotate. But yeah. Any of the teams that are a little bit lower on the leaderboard, really, I mean, including 4Dogs. Anyone from 4th to 14th right now, that is close to center because of that zone shift needs to capitalize off of this game. Needs to prevent getting crashed and taken out, and needs to try and keep 4 up into the late game. Gooners, they're a little bit farther north, so they're not really in a prime spot unless they get a hard shift on the next zone. But then you have Yahoo, who might be able to camp them from just in front. And with Gooners being the team that's below them, I'd say they're worth extra points. Anytime you have a team that's 1 or 2 positions above or below you, if you get kills onto them, that's so huge because it prevents them or helps you catch up to them. And allows you to make sure that you're staying ahead and preventing them from getting points. It looks like Trimble going to be trying to drive away from TTG. And that's a rough start for them. Supernova a team down in 12th place. They need any of the points they can get. Cater, one left here, and Kev finding the shots, able to take down Cater. So TTG down to a solo. Supernova picking up 3 more points. And this is how Supernova started out their day yesterday. They were getting kills. They were getting points. They got a couple of placement points. We need to see Supernova turn that into more. As Mika takes down Panda Dorito. He-Man up here might be in a spot to do even more damage. Goes after the trailing car like he should. Headshot! And doesn't find the second. Unfortunate. Just the angle of the truck was able to block enough of the bullets. So nothing could be done for that. And we go up north. So Gooners, not bad. With that northern shift, their spot got a little bit better. Dots they have inside of Cantera, which is fine. It might be a little bit difficult to leave there from later, but now we're getting into a fight between Pest Control and Skyline. Skyline has just been bullied so far in this lobby. They have not done a lot. They're at 7 points total. Pest Control going through them. They have 2 players knocked. Red Rider looks to be the last player up. Nade getting prepped. Flushes coming out, and there we go. Blissey with the Groza takes him down. Skyline eliminated in 16th place, and they are going to stay at 7 points. And unfortunately for them, I think that is their tournament over. And they just weren't able to do a lot in this lobby. And, oh my god, what a shot from Kev. Double headshot onto Seifu with the 3x AUG spray. The flush trying to come out, but looks like for Supernova, they end up losing one to Flanker. So Dot's giving some covering fire onto Wuju to Seifu. Gonna be making it back into the building. Lucid caught out by Dot's. Hunt and Spicy gets the knock on to sneak attack as well. Supernova trying to steal the kill away. So now Dots, if they get all of these points, that's going to turn into at least 3 kills for them. Wuju 2 would go down. But the reses are starting to come out for Wuju 2. They're only going to pick up the one onto Lucid. Henry getting rezzed for Supernova. So what could have been for Dots, unfortunately, only ends up with a single point. They are going to be in a spot to continue to hold them outside of these next zones when we get the shift in 40 seconds. And they know that Wuju 2 is down a man. They know that Supernova has taken some damage. And Wuju 2, I feel like, is in a pretty tough spot. Yes, they have a strong building, but more than likely, it's going to be out of this next zone. They are getting shot at from both sides, so they have nowhere they can really play from. And now Sakura Zenson spot out Valiate. Flanker trying to go into the building in case Sakura Zenson crash onto him, and they are crashing onto him. So Flanker going to be alone here for Dots, and the rest of his teammates don't really seem like they're coming over to support. And losing Valiate, they had such a wide split that they got 1 kill, but now they might lose 2 players off of it, and that's not what Dots needed. They needed to be able to capitalize off of this, and capitalize off of the fact that they had Cantera control, I feel like. But then they push outside of it, they lose 2 players, and now they might struggle a little bit. Flanker going for the shots, tries to get one, thought he did enough, wasn't able to. And honestly, he brought both of them down low, so if one more bullet had hit onto Mika, I think he might have been able to get both of them. Unfortunately, just misses out on that last one, and Trimble, he gets a kill, gets the flush. So that's going to be him up to 17 kills. over all 9 matches and getting more points for TTG. Toto Bibbo rotating past Rayzavin, absolutely beaming Kesno on the drive-by, and he isn't able to continue to spray at the players, who now crash onto Trimble. He's going to throw that out, and door is closed. He pops out of here now. Kite on the pull-up, able to do a ton. And down goes Trimble. So he's only able to get 1 more point for his team, but that could end up being the difference between qualifying or not. 1 point. And they're 47 in 5th place right now. Supernova going to be down below Wuju 2. Wuju 2 probably thinking about trying to get some revenge, as IQ takes a knock to Kin. And there we go. Static goes down, flushed about halfway. They weren't able to get any more, but I don't think Supernova is going to be able to get the res onto him at all. Joshi from farther, as Static gets stolen by Bun. So Gooners take the point away from Wuju 2. And with all of these, I mean, this... I really don't know who's going to qualify right now. I know we have 4 more matches after this one, but I feel like it's a lot more obvious most of the time, as Sakura Zensen pick up another kill, 4 kills in this match. I feel like it's a lot of the time a lot more obvious of some of the teams that aren't going to make it and some of the teams that are going to make it by this point. But besides Sakura Zensen and, like, Duel, nobody else has run away with it. And nobody is, like, fallen far enough behind, as Toto Bibbo are up to 3 kills in this one and trying to continue their Cinderella run with potentially even more, as they don't have an awful spot in zone. It's just not a comfortable one. They have a shack to work with, and their vehicles are all going to probably go down here soon. And Zito has been knocked and flushed for Wuju 2. These Molotovs landing short of Seifu and Sneak Attack. And it looks like Pest Control crashing onto Yahoo. All 4 of them on to the 1st floor of this building, and that's not super safe. Balefrost and Battlex gonna be in the same building. Joshi gets the knock onto Balefrost. The flush also gonna come out, so you have 2 over here. Shinboy just down below Joshi, and then you still have 1 in the 2nd floor of where Pest Control was. Shinboy goes down to Blissey. Poonage, the last player left. They have a good idea where he is. Joshi gonna try and get the nade over here in just a second. The nade goes out. 2 of them land in here, and they're not enough to get the kill onto Poonage. So Yahoo get crashed onto. Sakura Zensen doing damage, and Psycho gets pulled up on, stunned, and taken out by Lucid Freak. So 4 dogs finding more onto Collector. 4 Earth pushing forward. Spots out Lucid Freak. The M4 in hand does so much damage. 1 more bullet. There we go. 4 dogs eliminated in 13th. Oh my, C4 onto Poonage, so he has to try and go somewhere else. And he finds an opening. And Pest Control have a FAMAS and a Groza now. The FAMAS doing a ton of damage to Poonage. He tries to go somewhere else. Battle X takes him down. Yahoo eliminated by Pest Control. Meanwhile, Supernova getting taken out by Wuju 2 before they get eliminated by Icy Flex. Collector over here gonna be fighting Duel for their way into zone. Still up as a 4-man, so they were able to get the reses onto their players. Hazel taking, I think, too much blue zone damage. I think you push forward a little bit, try and push that fight to take down K-Mine. Dreams pushing forward. He gets sprayed out by IQ. That's 3 players down. C4 goes forward. Does it find any? It finds all of Duel. Dreams with a dream, C4. And now Mighty Gods, 3 kills so far. Might be the finishing touch on to Collector, who have just been stubborn and stayed alive so far. The Molotov onto the backside. But they are right inside the building. Hazel drops the emergency cover onto Newbie and they're gonna get the flush. What is this util usage by Collector? Oh my goodness. And now they get a knock onto Kin as well. Pest Control are knocking and dealing with Gooners who are out in the middle of... Oh my dude. I don't know if I can handle how Collectors are playing right now. That's crazy what they're doing. We are into the top 8. Pest Control dealing with Gooners. So Pest Control, they were just outside of the top 8 in the spray from Blissey to take down Pest Control. Gooners eliminated by Pest Control. They've taken down 2 different teams by themselves in this lobby. And Dots, they're still alive. Top 6 now, so they're collecting some placement points. And they'll be catching up with every single placement point here. Psycho trying to deal with Eddie. Pre-fire around the corner. Eddie takes down Psycho, but he goes down to Cram. Top 4 teams. Toto Bibbo, Pest Control, Sakura Zenson, and Dots. And Toto Bibbo somehow have stayed alive as a 4-man on that shack. I will say, Blissey, so far in these matches, has not impressed me as much as he has in previous tournaments. Quando, as the anchor, hits a headshot onto Adam. The pre-nade forward from Penta, he was trying to figure out where they were going to go to, but they stopped up. Janlo goes down to that spray. Adam not able to get the knock onto Quando yet, though, and Penta takes a lot of damage from him. Joshi gets the kill steal, and Pest Control are popping off. Toto Bibbo still making the Cinderella run from the bottom of the leaderboard. Blissey with a kill onto 1. A knock onto a 2nd, and Penta finds the last onto Kite. So now you have Pest Control that are going to be pushing over towards Sakura Zenson, and Dots just kind of sneaking their way in. Joshi has had a crazy match so far. 6 kills. He had so many kills yesterday for Pest Control. Joshi, 10 kills so far in the first 7 matches, and he has 6 so far in this one, so that puts him up to 16 kills in these 9 matches. I mean, that's just... This is match number 8, not match number 9. The top left is lying to us. Yeah, we're on match number 8, not match number 9. That number be wrong. Alright. It has slowed down. Yeah. But he's gone over to Pest Control, and their teams going into this match were right next to each other. So, well, I mean, Hut and Spicy has been absolutely insane for Dots so far. He has 7 kills, and in the round of 32, he had 18. So, he's doing really good. Him and Flanker have been leading Dots in kills. Meanwhile, I mean, all of Sakura Zensen have just been insane. So now, I mean, we've slowed down so much. Penta just fixing the armor for Sakura Zensen. And they're doing really good. 7 kills in match number 8 now. Oh, look at that, DJ. We're both catching the Pokemon. We're doing so good. Where the Pokemon Miastas? I can't wait for the new Pokemon game to come out and to stream that. I think that'll be a lot of fun. And 2 weeks from now, Borderlands 4 comes out. So we're gonna be streaming a bunch of that. While we play it as Sakura Zensen, they're making their way forward. Penta has made it over here. Nades and stuns going out from Pest Control. As, there we go, Hot and Spicy finds the knock onto Penta. They're trying to find Adam as well, not able to. And it looks like Sakura Zensen gonna stay, so Hot and Spicy can get the flush onto him. You have 700. I think last time I checked, I had 1,000 something. I think I'm at like 1,081. Shane Doe goes down to the blue zone. Maybe not really the way you want to go. You definitely don't want to give the points away to Pest Control, though, so I don't hate that play from Dots. Just trying to take down Adam. As Adam going to be in a 1v4. Doesn't think it's winnable. He goes to the blue zone. Sakura Zensen getting second place, while Pest Control dominated that match. 15 kills and the chicken dinner to get themselves 25 points in that match. Sakura Zensen, why not 14 more points? Because they really needed the points. Mighty Gods, 9 points. They needed that. If they didn't get those 9 points, I'd say they'd be the second team confirmed out of contention. But now they still have an outside chance if they can get some really good games. Collector with 9, Toto Bibbo with 8, Dots with 7, Supernova with 5, and Gooners rounding out our top 8 with 4 points of their own. So now we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 9. Right, here we go underway for real match number 9, as it's going to tell us in the top left here in a second. As Pest Control, with that one match, 25 points, jump up 7 spots into 3rd place. And this, DJ, is why I didn't want to say that Team Rezav was safe yet, because in one match, Pest Control was able to overtake them. And they were down in 10th or 11th place. So, unfortunately, no one's safe. Supernova, Toto, Bibo also both go up 1 placement point. Well, Run It Down drops, and, well, Rezav, Four Dogs, Wuju 2, Train to Go, Yahoo, Gooners, and Dots all drop 1 spot as well. The difference between 8th place and 11th place right now is 3 points, and it goes 42, 41, 40, 39 at the cutoff right now. And that's... it's so close. I don't know if we've really had any tournaments lately that I have felt have been this close. Because, again, we just saw a 25-point game for a team that really wasn't having a solid set of games or anything before. They were down at 30 points. So any of the teams that are down at like 30, 31 points can have one of those 25-point games, and that puts them up at 50-something points. And that's all the way up and through all the rest of the players. Even if Mighty Gods has a 25-point game, that puts them at 50 points. So, literally everyone down to 15th place still has a chance to qualify. And it's gonna be a fight. Someone is gonna end up losing out on qualifying by 1 point. I guarantee it. And I bet our 9th, 10th, 11th players or teams are all going to be within like 5 points, 6 points of each other. And it's just going to be like, wow, that was close. Meanwhile, Sakura Zenson is up at the top with 118 points. Like, yeah, we were good to go after match number 4. We didn't feel like trying to make this stressful at all on ourselves, as... ooh. Gooners crashing right onto Yahoo. So Cherry Vibes and Shinboy gonna have to try and deal with these. Bunt does get knocked. Icy Flex trying to get the trade, and he does end up getting the trade and flush onto Shinboy. So now Cherry Vibes just has to try and get out of here. Maybe get over to his teammates for a little bit of support. And Punage throws a nade and drives away. Cherry Vibes should get picked up. And the players of Yahoo should get out of here just fine. Maybe not the start they were looking for either. After they are now dropped into 9th, as Gooners with that 1 kill takes their spot in 8th place back. And makes the game more difficult for Yahoo for the rest of it. Meanwhile, Rezav, 52 points. They're very close to being safe. They need a couple of games where they perform well, and they'll be good to go. But them and Pest Control at this point are really in a spot where they can take a deep breath and go like, all right, we just need to play our PUBG We need to get those couple of points, and we just need to make sure that we're staying alive as a 4-man. Because, I mean, if you stay alive as a 4-man, even just for a little while, then you're going to be able to hop, skip, and jump your way right into the next round, through qualifiers and into the group stages. You just need to, you know, make sure that you play your game. Meanwhile, pretty much every team down below them needs to do something to really secure their way through. Pest control, their something, can be just another good game. I mean, they get another 25-point game, and all of a sudden it's like, all right, well, pest control is going to be safe and good through into the open, or into the group stages. I almost said open qualifiers. This is the qualifiers. Ay. Who's letting me talk so much? You know, we dropped some frames for a second a little while ago. Okay, run it down. They were looking over here. They pulled up. They stopped. Now they're still looking again. Now they're going to hop in their vehicles. Are they going to go down below? Ram making it over here. Gets the knock onto one. Tastu pulling up immediately and stopping. The rest of the team is pulling up down below. Tastu finds one. Karam gets the trade onto the other. Little G still down below. Gets the knock onto Battle X. So now you have Blissey. And there was Karam still alive, but Blissey finds the knock onto Little G. It's a 1v1. Joshy getting rezzed by Blissey as the nade from Plushie falls harmlessly away. And what team is coming up and over the hillside? It's Skyline. A team that is completely out of contention for this, but is more than happy to come and ruin some games for Run It Down. Stabbing them in the back, Red Rider picks up a couple of kills, and Pest Control is still doing damage control, getting their teammates back up on their feet. I'm going to throw a couple of smokes out. Battle X should be able to get the res onto Karam. And Skyline got 2 more points. So they're up to 9. They're at a point-a-game pace right now, which is awful. It's not good. You need way more than that. But hopefully Skyline will be able to take some things away from these games, learn from them, and come back even stronger. And we might be able to see them, or maybe some of the players on their team, come back during the next tournament and just do even better. Now we have Wuju too. They had their breakout game in game number 1. Now they need one more breakout game and they'll be good to go. They're at 48 points right now. They either need to play consistent through the rest of these games, getting 6-7 points a game, or have one breakout game and they'll be good to go. And Zone Donuts up a little bit to the north as Skyline have pulled up on Toto Bibbo. We love a Cinderella story, and it is what they have been delivering so far. We'll see if they can keep on doing more as Kin gets a knock onto Zuki Boy. Mighty Gods trying to create the Cinderella story of their own. Theirs is a little bit different, though, because they're a team that I would expect to be making it through here. Kite is going to get his flush. Hunt and Spicy gets a knock onto Quanda. And it looks like Quanda does get flushed out for Hut and Spicy, so Toto, Bibbo, and Skyline still going to be right next to each other. Going to be a little bit more evened out now. It's going to be a 2v3 as Janlo is a little bit farther away. So we'll see. I mean, Team Skyline has pretty much nothing to lose at this point. I think they can just take fights, really, if they want to. You may as well go guns a-blazing. I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen? You're going to have a few 25-point games, and then all of a sudden you can qualify through? Like, that would be amazing for them. As that Molotov does a little bit of damage. And now, pushing further forward is our Nick Knacker Kite. On the outside, gets spotted out. Nick Knacker takes him down. Stun going into the building. They're trying to find the jump shots and vibes down to a sliver. There we go. As Red Rider's nade did end up knocking his teammate. In the end, Skyline able to get a couple more kills out of it. Janlo has a mountain bike, and he is just pedaling away from this situation. He did not want to be part of it, and oh no. Oh no for Janlo, as Eddie was rolling right up towards him. Dots. This position, in my opinion, is trash. Oh, Eddie finds Janlo. So, Mighty Gods. Oh, Joshy. C4 play. Oh, he's sending it. Oh, it's gonna hit the hay bales. That's unfortunate. He tried the C4 play. I commend it. Because we saw an insane one in the last match. He didn't line it up right, unfortunately. And I think Dot should leave this position because, again, I think this position is trash. You're literally inside a bowl without real solid hard cover. These tents have openings all the way across, so you have to lay down and then hope that someone from a different angle doesn't find an opening onto you, as Flanker gets a knock onto Cram. So Dot's putting this spot to work with a couple of off-angle players. Blissey gonna hop in a vehicle, move somewhere else. Hut and Spicy trying to chase down Joshy. And Pest Control, they're gonna lose a player. And they're just gonna back off. They should have grabbed the chips, and I imagine Joshy will be going right to the swamp to try and get the res onto his teammate. Dots, with this next zone pop, have some work to do to try and get into the next zone. With 2 kills, we have 3 teams tied at 42 points apiece for 8th place. Dots, Gooners, and Yahoo. And every single one of them, really, I feel like are teams that I would have been expecting to qualify. But there's some teams that have played well, and are in those qualifying positions instead because they've been playing well. So we'll have to see Mighty Gods trying to make a mighty comeback. 1 kill so far in this one, and it looks like Supernova was actually able to res 2 of their players. So Supernova, those 2 golden players, means that they were brought back from a res station. We see one of them right there, Kev, trying to fly in, and he's avoided all the damage so far. Honestly, the fact that Wuju 2 even hit one of those bullets is insane to I think Wuju2's got to be a little bit careful here, though. Oh my god, Kev's taking even more damage. That was from a different player. But Wuju2 is getting pulled up on by Duel. So these players got to be ready for that. Kev just barely surviving. It looks like Static did get eliminated on his way down to the ground. So they're 1 for 2 on players that survived. Duel... Yeah, Wooly is spotted out. Immediate headshot from Seifu from the AUG. Lobes takes one from Lucid. Nade onto the tree, and these players are just backing off. So much damage onto Lobes. He's surviving. Well, his arm is practically falling off. Oh, TTG pulling up right next to 4 dogs. Shots come out from Lucid Freak. Nade up and over, and it does find the knock onto Cater. So now we see more nades trying to go out for the flush. That nade hits onto Trimble, and if you can take down Trimble for TTG, that's a huge help, as that flush does come through from Ice. And now we hop back over to Wuju2 versus Duel. K-Mind, Wooly both go down. IQ finds the headshot onto Seifu with the mutant. And the nade lobbed up and over. Double headshot from Enzito onto Lobes. The nade was thrown forward. Doesn't find the finish onto IQ. 1 player left up for Duel. Enzito just keeps on falling off the rock, so he's not able to get the first aid off as Sneak Attack does get rezzed. We hop over as TTG continues forward. They made it in front of 4 dogs, but Bliss is still able to take down at it. Mafu incredibly low. Trimble does good damage to Bliss. Isn't able to find the final bullet that he would have needed. Ooh, Adam doesn't look to be in too good of a spot, as Red Rider finds a knock onto 1 player. Colt trying to go along, find a different one. He-Man stuck behind, and he has a blue zone. I don't know if he threw it forward. And Red Rider blows up the vehicle to be able to get the knock onto him. Gets the flush, and now the spray comes out from Nika, but he's getting shot in the back by Pest. So all of a sudden, Sakura Zensen finally goes down early, as Mika does get a re-knock onto Knickknacker, and Pest Control tried to steal the kill away, but it does end up confirming another kill for Sakura Zensen. Even from the grave, they still get points. Pest Control, 2 more points for them. They got their player back up and rezzed, so now they have a golden player. So doesn't Skyline. So we have 3 res players in this lobby right now. Supernova doing damage along with Gooners onto TTG. Kev is in such a bad spot, just getting tapped away by Dots. He's trying to heal, and Regshot able to get the knock onto that as Icy knocks himself with a Panzer. Interesting there from them. Kev just trying to crawl back to either Penry or Kev. Oh, no, never mind. Gregshot gets the flush onto Kev, and he was not able to make his way back over to Penry. Zuki Boy goes down to 4 Earth, and the other member of Skyline just sending it through every single team. Gooner's able to pick up another kill onto that. So now Gooners are starting to have a really good game going. 5 kills so far. Razav on the outskirts, going to be held out by 4 dogs right now. This is our 5th and 6th place team, I believe. Yes, 5th and 6th place. 52 points apiece. So I'm sure that 4 dogs is very much going to be wanting to keep Razav out of making it into the next zone. But Ice has to be a little bit careful, because he's going to vault in here, and Penry's going to be right there. He's going to get a ton of damage onto one. Tries to go for the flush. Does get the flush. And now Lucid gets the stun. Penry completely blind. Bliss looking for him, doesn't find him immediately. Lucid Freak able to get the knock, the flush now. So that's another point for 4 dogs, but ro16 could take this opportunity to come over here. They don't. They go down to the lower side of this small hill, and Nubsky goes to the other side of the street. And it looks like Beleda is going to send it across too. A little ballsy to send it off with no smokes for that cross. Luckily, Gooners were not paying attention to it yet. And ro16 going to have people on both sides of the street. So no matter where this one goes, they should be in an okay spot until it goes all the way over to the west. And then they're going to have so many streets to cross anyways. And Zito ends up going down to Icy Flex. So, I mean, Gooners just finding so many kills, so many knocks right now. Wuju 2 have 5 points of their own. And this city ending is going to be absolutely crazy because I feel like almost every single team is already in a spot inside the city. Dots on the southern edge. Up towards the north, you have Yahoo. Over towards the east, you have like 5 different teams. You have ro16, you have Gooners, you have Train to Go. You have TTG with Trimble still alive. You have Kin for Mighty Gods. A little bit farther to the south, you have 4 dogs and Wuju 2. As Bunt gets a knock onto Beleda. This is just going to be absolute pandemonium as soon as some of these players have to move. I wonder if you can get over onto that other rooftop. I feel like it wouldn't be a good idea, but also might be a good idea. Dot's taking a couple of shots over towards Wuju 2. And we just kind of center up, so Collector... Oh, they're going to be split right now by Yahoo. Collector is going to be split right now. If Balefrost comes across, then that can be like 2 separate 3v2 fights. Unless Collector decides to converge onto Yahoo. Poonage gets a knock onto Psycho. And Gooners with some long-range sprays onto Yahoo. They get the knock onto Cherry Vibes. As Collector, now they're going down to Pest Control. Not even Yahoo. Poonage ends up knocking Balefrost with his nade. And Balefrost not able to do anything. Pest Control not going to want Poonage to be able to get across to res his teammates. So many headshots there. But the 3 helmet is able to keep him alive for right now. Now he's making his way over there. Hopefully he's going to be able to get all 3 players back up on their feet. And Pixel peek there from Icy Flex. And Enzito tries to make the shots, but still hits the windowsill. As Kin gets knocked onto Nubsky, finds a second onto Beleda. And so Mighty Gods continue to get points even as a solo in this one right now. As Enzito has 55 bullets to spare for his 2 guns right now. Gooners still picking up a lot of damage, really. Not too many more kills. They only have 1 more since the last time we checked in with them, and they just got that with the flush onto Bliss. Ooh, double blue zone should be enough to get a knock onto Joshi, right? Looks like he was just far enough away to avoid that double blue zone. Honestly, if that had gone, like, inside the building, that would have been very, very good for whoever threw it. But we're going to have to see where the next zone takes us. Phase 6, 26 players alive, 10 teams alive. There is so many rats and duos left alive right now. You have a 2-man for ro16, you have Kin for Mighty Gods, you have Lucid Freak for 4 dogs. You have Trimble for TTG. And they're all up really towards the north-northeast. As that nade goes forward from 4 Earth, finds a little bit of damage onto Blissey. The second one bounces off the windowsill and harmlessly out of the way. And we kind of just dot up again. So Dots, they're going to be the southern team. Gooner's the eastern team. The western team is Pest Control, with northern team. Also, I mean, it's just a bunch of solos and duos over there right now. Seifu has been knocked for Wuju too, and now Trimble trying to pay attention for Rezav. Og and Panzer right now. Hazel almost was able to take him down. So just a lot of duos and solos up to the north as Hot Spicy continues to try and spray down players. Karam looking for Poonage to come around the side. Cherry Vibes makes it around the corner, so Poonage should be able to get the res onto at least one of his teammates. So that's going to be another duo up to the north. And I want to say I've seen 4 Panzers so far. Or is Wuju 2 going to hop in this car and be alone? No, Icy, you run out of bullets and you only have 15 in your AUG. You got to hit a reload. You had enough time to try and reload before they made it over there, and now Kin finds another kill onto Enzito. Hasn't got the flush yet, though. So, okay, there we go. Matt able to steal that one away. Flanker gets the knock onto Sneak Attack with that nade. So another point for Dots, who have dropped down into 10th place because Gooners and Yahoo have also been getting kills. Dots to the south. Looks like it might be them versus Pest Control and potentially Gooners, but Pest Control still trying to deal with Yahoo as Poonage gets a knock onto Blissey. Tries to go for the bolty shot, and Hazel just in front. Poonage does just a little bit of damage. Trimble from up above gets the knock onto Cherry Vibes, and Poonage just goes right back to the building he was before, and he might just want to stay there with how it's going for him. Trimble takes a lot of damage, but he is able to escape back down into the stairwell. Lucid, the solo of live now for Wuju too. As Phase 9 is going to pop, and there's so many players I can't really tell who's going to be closest, but I think it's going to be between Dots, Collector. Yeah, I think it's going to be between Dots and Collector, with Collector being slightly closer, because I don't think they're going to have to leave that building. I think they just have to go to the other side of it. And they're going to have Dot control as a 2-man. So Lucid, Panzer, and Bunt shooting at him with an MP5K to take him down. So 4 dogs eliminated in 9th place. 1 outside of the placement points. And I think at this point everyone is not really peeking too much, besides Gooners, who are just up on a rooftop like, hey, I'll pay attention for everyone. Trimble gets a knock onto 4 Earth. So even as a solo, he's still doing more. Icy Flex gets the finish onto Lucid. So Gooners 10 kills in this one, up to 52 points, and we're just seeing the cutoff point climb higher and higher and higher. And 65 points is what I was thinking, and it is getting pretty darn close to that. So Trimble getting ready to push into this, and it's from the side. Poonage tried to shoot him, but he just dies to fall damage. Poonage, he's going to be so disappointed that he didn't pick up the kill onto that one. He's like, really? You're going to go down to fall damage there? when I was trying to spray you down with a Groza. And that's huge, because that would have actually tied him for 8th place if he was able to get that kill onto Trimble, as Karam gets a knock onto Flanker. And Valiant just trying to go for some covering fire. Flanker getting rezzed now. And I'm pretty sure that Gooners and Collector are going to be the ones controlling center dot. Poonage goes down after getting a knock. Kesno gets the knock onto Hazel. And we're going to see Valiant pushing forward with the Panzer. Shoots it past Matt. And they're still not looking over to where he was. So they could still get shot in the back here if they don't turn around. But they just push forward. They make it into this building. So they're going to be trying to track down the members of Collector who are up above them. Dots are up on the rooftop. And I think they... Oh, those nades! So much damage. Doesn't find any knocks. Gooners lose 2, but they are able to finish them off. So Collectors go down. Gooners up on the 2nd floor. Dots having to push forward. And they're just going to be out in the open. And Hut and Spicy still has a Panzer from above. It's a shotgun. Dots find 2, find 3 as Greg shot finds more, but Valiant finishes off Gooners, and Pest Control just mops up what's left. So Gooners had 13 kills, Pest Control had 7, and Dots had 7 of their own. And it was just Panzers, shotguns, and Blue Zone Grenade to get 2 onto Gooners to finish off that match. Gooners, even though they got 3rd place, end up with 18 points to take 1st place overall. And Pest Control winning the game, 17 points. So Pest Control is safe at this point. Dots with 13 points in 3rd place. That is huge for them because they needed the points so badly. Yahoo with 7, Team Skyline with 7, Wuju 2 with 6, and then Collector, Team Rezav, and 4 Dogs, rounding out our top 9 with 5 points apiece. That is how we end match number 9. Now we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 10 in this ridiculously close, gonna be down to the wire qualifiers that we have going on right now. I mean, that's ridiculous. Overall, though, all the teams that I thought were gonna qualify, realistically, I thought Team Rezav and 4 Dogs were probably gonna drop down. And I was pretty sure that Yahoo and Mighty Gods were going to make it through. Mighty Gods doesn't really seem like they're going to make it anymore. Yahoo is going to be on the cusp. And 4 Dogs, Team Rezav, Gooners, Wuju 2, Dots, none of them are safe yet. So they still have more work to do. I'd say our top 3 are safe now. So Sakura Zensen, Pest Control, and Duel should all be making it through into the group stages. So Team Rezav, they're kind of dropping a little bit. Same with 4 Dogs, and those are 2 teams I wasn't expecting to make it through. Yahoo, I am expecting to make it through. But if Yahoo ends up making it through, along with Gooners, Wuju 2, and Dots, I'd just like to say I got 7 out of 8 right for who I thought was gonna qualify through. Mighty Gods, I don't know what happened to them. They've just, like, completely fallen off. Here we go, match number 10. In some of the closest qualifiers that I feel like we've had. Like, this is closely contested. There's no team that's really out of it besides Team Skyline. And I mean, I guess if Team Skyline just wants to try and fight, they could really still technically make it if they just take a bunch of fights and win a bunch of fights. I mean, 2 25-point wins, and all of a sudden they're right back in it. And with one match to go. So, do we expect that? Not really. So, we'll see what happens. They do have a little bit of zone luck, but so doesn't Dots. It pulls right over towards the stadium. And Dots are going to have prio on literally everything. Duel also going to be in a decent spot along with TTG. And after our last match, Dots are into the top 8 again. TTG are outside of the top 8, and Yahoo is tied with them for 9th place right now. Well, 4 Dogs and Wuju 2 are tied for 6 with 54 apiece, 1 point ahead of Dots, who have 53. Team Rezav are at 57, only 3 points higher than those teams, with Gooners 2 points higher in 4th place. So Gooners right now on track to be the next team that we think will be safe, if indeed our cutoff point ends up being 65 points. And Run It Down seem happy that this is a fight between the 2 last place teams right now. 15th and 16th place. And Run It Down are just sitting in corners with shotguns, and the shotguns come out. They find most of the players. Nick Knacker is able to find 2. So let's see if Nick Knacker... Yeah, he does get the flush onto 1. He isn't able to get the flush onto the other. He does have... Oh, no. Narcotica is able to find the headshot onto Nick Knacker as he retreats and Run It Down. Gonna be able to get the res onto Plushy. Little G, they're gonna have to take his chip up to a transmitter. Get his... Wow. Get him all rezzed up. Words do be hard, and yes, DJ. Skyline did double their points in the last match, but they only got 1 here, and now they're out. It looks like Dot's going for a 2-2 split. Near the center of zone. I don't know where Hut and Spicy and Valley 8 plan to go here. Because I feel like they're just getting farther and farther away from their teammates. TTG, it looks like they might have Wuju 2 coming up on the hill behind them. But Mafu getting... Oh, I thought he was going to drive over here. So you have Wuju 2 and TTG right next to each other. And if Wuju 2 takes down TTG, all of a sudden, this match gets a whole lot closer. Because that's one of the 9th place teams taken down. And Wuju 2 will get a little bit further to safety, but no, it's Adit that finds the opening knock onto Seifu. Sneak attack trying to get the trade, but he only hits a single bullet, and now the nade's gonna rain over. They do not find any damage. And it may be regroup as Cater comes around the other side, goes for the spray, and He went for the first person and wasn't able to get a ton. Oh, and Zito not able to connect with his shots. If he was able to connect with his shots there, all of a sudden, they might be able to get the flush there and try and make something happen onto TTG. But for right now, they're going to take sole control of 9th place by 1 singular point. Supernova, looks like they may be trying to go for a little bit of a camp for the Mighty Gods rotate. Mr. T driving by. There is going to be one more player, so Kin should get shot at here by Static. Shots come out. He pops a tire. Kin able to keep on driving it forward, and he gets out of there. They lose a tire, but don't lose any players, and that's going to be perfectly fine for Mighty Gods because they want every player they can get as they've dropped down into 15th place. And all the teams on 30 points really need to start having, I'd say, minimum 10 to 15 point games at this point. Like, if you have anything less than a 10 to 15 point game, I feel like you're not really going to be able to catch up to the rest of the teams as they keep on adding more points onto their totals. So you have really 11th through 4th place still fighting for the potential to play in the group stages. And the fact that we have so many to play in the group stages right now is just so much fun. So looking forward to it. Oh, Mika trying to chase down the Birdum with the Panzer. He can, too. Like, it doesn't really matter for Sakura. Balefrost gets a knock onto He-Man. And, oh, Shinboy, because of that, might turn around, and Mika's gonna have the opportunity to use his Panzer. Oh, swap back over to Mika, please. Yes! Mika does the Panzer. And now even if he goes down, I mean, it's not like it's a big deal. Sakura's Ensign, they have 121 points. They can just kind of do whatever they want. They saw Birdum, they thought it would be fun to Panzer it. And it looks like Penta is just trying to blow it up at this point, and there we go. Birdum is gone, and Adam is getting the res on to He-Man. And Mika is still alive. He did get his clip. It was the most important clip that he could have tried to get. We support the clip. We are happy that the observers made sure to pop back over to Mika so we could see the Birdum get panzered. Good job, Observer. I feel like the Observers have been really good so far during this entire event. We got to see the C4 ending, or not the C4 ending, but the C4 earlier, and then also got to see the emergency cover land on the people. I don't think there's been anything in particular that I've gone like, oh no, this is ridiculous that we're not catching this. This is like high quality content. I think there was like maybe one thing that I was like, oh, I wish we could have seen that one. I wanted to see how that played out. But that's it. And you can't always get everything. Nobody's perfect. So the observers have done a really good job so far during this entire thing. Shout out to the observers and to Wazify for allowing me to have a community cast going for this. It looks like Gooner's doing some damage over towards Sakura Zensen. Icy Flex and Bunt hop over, take care of Mika, and then jump back over to the other side. I imagine He-Man and Adam are going to try and go for the chip and maybe try and get the res. Seems like something they do. DJ. I just learned another command not too long ago. Boom. Pokédex. You can see how much of the Pokemon you've got so far. As Nubsky finds Dreams, gets the flush onto Psycho, 2 down from Collector, 2 more points for Razav. Yeah, you got some really solid numbers too. And Valiate gets a knock and flush onto K-Mind. It looks like they had the knock onto Lobes as well. So now Valiate just waiting for Wooly to peek around one of the sides. He's going forward. Hut and Spicy finds the knock. They know where 2 of the players of Duel is, so they should be able to just get this flush here in a second. As Flanker going for a little bit of a drive-by, does a little bit of damage. IQ and Lobes both up, but IQ doesn't have a mutant here, so at a disadvantage because he doesn't have his favorite gun. Shane Doe finds one, and Flanker just pulls up, hops out of his vehicle, lets it keep on rolling, and takes down Lobes. 4 more points for Dots, and that's exactly what we want to see, because we are Dots fans. I mean, to be fair, I'm fans of half of this lobby. At the very least. I enjoy so many of these players, and it's so entertaining to get to watch them, as it looks like Supernova is going to try and get a little bit of a sneak attack onto Dots, but Shane Doe running the other way, so it's not really going to happen. Yeah, no, literally, Sakura Zenson, Pest Control, Duel, Gooners, Dots, Wuju 2, Train to Go, Yahoo. They all have players that I really like to root for. So that's 8 of the teams. And the fact that everyone's been so ridiculously close. And there's been some players on some of the teams that I didn't even say in my favorites that have been just like popping off. It's like, oh my goodness, where did this person come from? I want to watch more of them. Like Battylol for Supernova has been playing really well along with Kev. So those 2 players are like, wow. If these 2 players end up playing on a consistent team and we see a little bit more of them, it could be really interesting to see how these players do. It's so much fun to watch it. And obviously, like, Blissey and Blist are super fun to watch. So, I mean, it's just so much fun seeing such a high level of competition here. Yeah. I can't tell you how many new players I followed while I was trying to do all the POV streams and everything, as well as Kin gets the knock onto He-Man as he's trying to fly down. Mighty Gods 2, a team that I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a fan of, but with how they played in round of 62 and round of 30... Round of 64 and round of 32, I tried to combine them. With how they played in those 2 rounds, it's like, I wonder if we'll be able to see this again out of them, because obviously right now in the round of 16 they're not doing as well. So if we see them start popping off again in more tournaments, that could be really interesting team to watch too. Team Razav, a team that we've casted a few times in Smear Zero League. Now we see them up in 5th place right now. Somewhere where I didn't expect them. And it's awesome to see them doing that well after playing in Spear Zero League so much and watching them week after week try and just get better and better. Pest Control do get a knock and flush onto one of their players, though. So they will be down to a 3-man. No, they're down to a 2-man, actually. Sorry, my bad. Down to a 2-man. As now Pest Control is just continuing to get points and take points away from all the teams that really need them. Gooners have 2 kills, so they're at 61 points now. I think if they can find a couple more flushes here and there and get a couple of placement points in this match, we can probably say that we have 4 teams relatively safe through into the group stages, and we're kind of starting to see what we're going to have for group stages going into this. And we go to the north. I feel like a spot that a lot of players were not expecting this to go, as it looks like Sakura Zensen is going to be finding Dot, so Penta gets a knock and flush immediately onto Valiate. Adam all the way up here, not really able to help out too much. Mika sending it forward, so it is a 3v1 inside the compound. If they could push and trade onto Penta right now before Mika gets up close, that would have been huge. But it kind of seems like Penta is just trying to get out of there a little bit, and now Mika gets the knock onto Hut and Spicy. The nade goes up and over. Doesn't find any damage. Can we swap down to the fight, please? Adam just has complete oversight onto all of this, and now we have over to 4 dogs taking some long-range shots over towards Wuju 2. Lucid Freak is knocked. And we see Enzito and Lucid just running forward. Now we hop back over to this fight. Mika has been knocked. Hut and Spicy went down to the blue zone. And now is completely out. Penta. Does that blue zone go far enough? I think that blue zone had to be thrown a little bit farther to be able to get Penta and Mika. Mika does go down, so it is going to be at least another point for Dots, who have 6 so far in this match. So another decent match for them. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get a ton more just with where they are. And TTG and Gooners are finding each other. Greg Shot finds 2. Cater finds a knock onto the other, but Icy Flex takes down Cater. So now you have a 2v1 between Dots and Sakura. And the timing of the first aid kits is the exact opposite right now. And Penta is just setting up his defenses with so many folded shields. Mighty Gods looking to keep these players on the outside. And Dots not really pushing yet. Flanker going forward now. Eddie finds a knock onto Nubsky. Should be able to get the flush. And there we go. And Razab does end up going down. Tastu finds the finish on to Pana Dorito. As Mighty Gods have a decent hillside to look down onto other players, they did get a knock onto Gooners. They're trying to find more. As, Flanker going down to the blue zone. Penta also goes down to the blue zone. I think Shane Doe just trying to hit the first aid kits and outlive this. Penta's gonna go down. Yeah, Shane Doe probably gonna go down to the blue zone here as well. Unfortunate. We lose Dots here. They do get 6 more points. They're at 59 now. So they're leaving it to the last couple of matches to try and make sure they qualify through. But at the very least, they've set themselves up above 8th place. If they were sitting at 8th place right now, that makes it a lot more difficult, a little bit scarier. Joshy finds the knock onto Plushy, and Pest Control continuing their form in day number 2. Sakura Zensen out in 9th place. I feel like they're kind of just relaxing, having a little bit more fun, trying to make sure that they aren't stressed out and they're in a good headspace going into tomorrow, not trying to overwork themselves that much. And that's why they're kind of a little bit lower right now, as Joshy finds another on to Narcotica. Little G right in front of him. Stuns go up and over, and he actually pushes around the other side of the hill. Maybe to find a little bit of a flank. He spots out the flush. He does see Little G now. Shots go out. He finds the knock. Tastu not going to be close enough to be able to do anything. Blissey looking over. Spots out Eddie. Headshot onto one, but it's Tastu from the side that actually gets the knock onto Blissey. The flush comes out before Poonage takes down Tastu. Yahoo in the chase. They are going to have to try and take down 4 dogs at some point. And I did see, for the 4 dogs, one of them has the VSS. So one of them is being a very annoying boy. Just tap firing away, and people are like, alright, so someone has a VSS. It might be on this team that's also shooting at us, but I'm not sure. Oh, Kin finds a knock onto Greg Shot. So the only player for Mighty Gods that had already made it over here. Bunch going flying down. With an SMG, I mean, if you're going to have any gun to jump off the side of a hill and try and shoot someone with, I would say an SMG is a pretty good shout. Mr. T hops out of the vehicle, and big misplay by him. Icy Flex with the Panzer, finds one onto Newbie, tries to find Eddie down below, isn't able to spot him out. Mr. T in the water is still surviving. So the other members of Gooner's not going to really be able to look over onto this, and Icy going to be pinned down by Pest Control, as Greg Shot on the other side gets a knock onto Lucid with that nade. Now we see Gooners making their way forward, holding out 4 dogs right now. Is Wuju 2. And Gooners, I feel like they're kind of pinballing back and forth. Gotta choose a team to fight, and it's gonna be Mighty Gods, as Pest Control is distracted by Yahoo. But with Battle X being the last one alive, Yahoo is putting some of their attention onto Gooners and Mighty Gods. And Poonage just spamming away with the Bolty, trying to find anything he can. 4 dogs doing a lot of damage with their util. Lucid tries to hit the deck to survive the nades, but Ice is able to get the knock, so this is going to put this into a 2v4. And now Gooners are like, I'm happy to get involved in this, so they're nading Wuju 2 from behind, and Zito goes down to Greg Shot. More nades as Mighty Gods from behind doing a lot of damage. Wuju 2 is eliminated as Icy Flex trying to go for the shots onto Eddie. And it's Eddie to find the finish onto Icy Flex. So 4 dogs getting a couple of kills so far. Now they're getting placement points as well. 59 points currently in 6th place. They take that spot back from Dots. And now it slows down ever so slightly. Yahoo just has a 1-1 split all the way across this zone right now. 4 Earth, a solo over towards the northeast. Battle X a solo towards the northwest. Mighty Gods just stuck on the rocks. Vorpal finds a knock with the MP5 onto one player, trying to spray out on to Mr. T. Isn't able to find the knock. And I think this is Four Dog's opportunity to sprint forward, but Vorpal, 13 bullets into the MP5. Stop at one of these and pick yourself up a new weapon. Or at the very least, loot for some ammo, because I know... Oh, what a nade by Vorpal there to get the knock and flush onto the members of Mighty Gods. Eddie going to be the last one left. I know for a fact that there was 9mm there somewhere, because Blunt was running the MP5. And now you have 3 bullets, and I don't know what your plan is for the fight during that. As we have 3 solos, a 3-man, and a 4-man. And this right here is, I'd say, the reason Four Dogs are up in 5th place right now. They've been making it to endgames, and when they make it to endgames, they have 4 players up. So they've gotten a lot of 2nd and 3rd place games. I think this is their 4th or 5th top 3. And it shows. Yeah, so he had MP5 VSS with no spare bullets. And he definitely ran by Bunt's body, which I know for a fact had 9mm. As Cherry Vibes takes down 4 Earth after Yahoo almost went down to that nade. And Balefrost would have been the last one left, and that would have been rough for them. Four Dogs, they want to push forward because they want to take out the last member of Mighty Gods, but Battle X might end up with an angle onto them, and so won't Yahoo. Ice knows that the last player is, like, right here somewhere. But they're going to do the smart thing, and they're going to back off. They're like, alright, we're going to not overextend. We're going to try and make sure that no one can spot us out, take us down for free. And, well, Eddie doesn't even have any boosters, so he can't even get back up to full health. So you have an advantage when you take a fight towards him anyways. Not to mention the fact that you have 4 people up, so you just kind of slow down a little bit. You should be good to go. It does look like Vorpal has swapped over to an AUG now. So he should have bullets, which is great. Great news for him to have some bullets to shoot with, as with 2 solos in our top 4 teams, this has gotten very slow. I will say Yahoo does have 1 player that they brought back with the res station. So if they win with a resed player, which could be a difference maker. The only thing with, like, it's because we're live tracking how many players are still up during this, and they have gold for the teams, or gold for the players that came back from the res station, or yellow, if you want to say yellow. But I feel like they need red for the knocked players, because right now you can't tell the difference between a knocked player and a dead player. And that's gotten confusing a couple of times. Battle X sneaking forward, and he's going to be right in Eddie's face in a second. Oh, Eddie spotted out by Battle X. Battle X going to take him down very quickly. Ice wanted to try and peek over towards that. That nade goes to where Battle X was, but he made his way over to the edge of the rock very early on. Punage gets a knock onto Bliss. And if Battle X plays this right, maybe these 2 teams implode on each other, and he might be able to get the kill in return. Bolty versus Dragunov. I would much rather have Dragunov right now in this position, just because it's still going to have that one-shot headshot potential. As Ice has spotted out Battle X now. It is an isolated 1v1. Battle X wins it, but Vorpal there for the trade. And Yahoo trying to get the kill steal. They do get the kill steal onto Ice, and Cherry Vibes move forward now with this. Nade goes out. Molotov's going out. They have a blue zone in there, and they had offensive util that they saved all the way till now. Doing a lot of damage onto Lucid Freak, trying to find the shots, and they do. Blue Zone takes down Lucid Freak, and Yahoo win match number 10 with 6 kills. And that brings them up into 65 points, which puts them back into contention to make it through. And they're above the top 8 technically right now. 16 points for Yahoo, 4 dogs with 11, along with Pest Control, Gooners, and Run It Down. Mighty Gods with 8, Dots with 6, and then following it up, rounding out our top 9, Sakura Zensen and Wuju 2, both with 4. And that's how we end match number 10. We're going to be so ridiculously close on the leaderboard. And I might have to up my safety from like 65 to 75 with how this is going right now. This is crazy. The fact that you might actually need like 75 points to make it through here right now. These teams are doing phenomenal. But we're going to go to a quick break as the leaderboard swaps over, and we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 11 back to the wonderful Erangel. Yeah, like you said, DJ, we were at one point worried about Gooners. They were fighting right around the 8th place spot. And then they won a couple of games, and they're up into 3rd place. Uh, I honestly, with how things are going, have no idea what the cutoff is going to be. Right now, our cutoff is at dots at 59 points. Rezav have dropped down into 7th place. Four Dogs are in 5th place with 65 points. So I'm not sure. Train to Go have just, unfortunately, fallen down the leaderboard today. Trimble has been trying. He's up to 19 kills. But I don't think the rest of Train to Go has really gotten too many more kills today. I think they've gotten like 2 or 3 besides the 3 that Trimble has gotten, and I feel like I keep on seeing him as the last one up. So unfortunate that Train to Go has fallen so much. Collector, I also believe they were the team to win our first match of this round, and they go down. And we've lost Quanda from Toto Bibbo, and it looks like a Panzer is being used to just push straight towards one of the members of Supernova Batty. Be careful of the Panzer trying to go for the shots. Now he drops down outside. Maybe trying to go for a relocation. Shotgun ready as Kite grabs the AUG. Oh, yes, he's in there. Oh, if he can spot out Batty in the little shack. Oh, Penry getting shot at by Kite. Shots going back and forth. This is 14th and 15th place right now. Batty is right on the other side of that. Janlo goes down to static. Panzer still in hand. Batty was spotted. Panzer doesn't connect with any damage. And now the AUG is able to get the knock on to Batty. So you have Kev, Penry, and Kite. As Static gets the knock on to Kite. Vibes does get the SLR shot onto Static. And he might be able to push forward. But Kev should be able to get the flush or anything if he needs to. Going around the backside to get the flush onto Static. The Static goes down. Vibes with the shotgun. SLR trying to go for the flush. Now he goes for the res. Kev trying to make it over here. Henry does have a first aid. Kev only has 5 bandages. I don't know if Kite or Low... They both make it into the building. So now Henry with the shotgun gets outplayed there, and the shotgun from Vibes to take them both out. 8 HP, the Dream, and the double barrel to take down Supernova. Alright. Now we're going to see him put Kite down and try and go for the res on Kite. Duel watching as Yahoo drive by. At one point, we thought Duel was probably going to be safe because they made it past the 65-point mark. And now, they might actually have another game before they are. Oh, Yahoo. Did you see... Oh, no. Toto Bibbo. Bibbo is inside the building. They're good. They're good. Oh, wait. Wait. Yahoo. Are they going to turn around for it? They might turn around for that. Train to Go, they're the ones that made it all the way up on top of Satellite. There's always going to be a team up here when we have military base games. You just can see so much from up here. And there we go, Yahoo. Able to take down Toto Bibbo, but Kite was able to get a knock onto 2 players. Yahoo should be able to get them back on their feet very quickly. and moving on forward. And now they just... We say for this match that you want to try and make it to 70 points. And then we'll reassess going into the last match if we're thinking 70 or 75 for the safe point. But it's probably going to be one of those two. But with Toto Bibbo and Supernova out, so two of our lower place teams, it's just going to become a lot closer. Red Rider able to avoid all of the bullets of sneak attack, so you're going to have the members of Skyline right here up against ro16, and Zito gets knocked to Knickknacker before getting traded by Lucid. As Red Rider trying to come around the corner gets taken down by Seifu, who pushes forward, and Zuki Boy was able to get a couple of shots. Oh, the stun doesn't go through the window. Sneak attack Seifu. Gonna be pushing forward. They want to try and get the flush and try and finish off the rest of Skyline. Zuki Boy, he goes down. One player gonna be left for the members of Skyline. No, Knickknacker got up as well, so Colt and Knickknacker still gonna be up. Colt trying to go to a different angle, gets the knock onto sneak attack. And with ro16 fighting on this side, Collector is going to the ATF building. So they're not actually going to get directly involved in this. It doesn't look like Zuki Boy does get flushed out there by Seifu. Knickknacker going for the heal now that his teammate got taken out. We'll see. It does look like he's going to try and push as Colt going for a different angle. Yaho fighting up against Gooners. Poonage does take down Icy Flex after Icy Flex knocked Cherry Vibes. Balefrost looking over towards Bunt as he is the last remaining member of the Gooners. Yaho gonna get the res onto Cherry Vibes here in a second. So now Yaho is gonna be up onto 70 points. So we have 4 teams 70 points and above. Is that going to be the safe spot at this point? I'm not sure. I'm flabbergasted that I'm not sure about that. Because I feel like it was at one point pretty cut and dry that I thought it was going to be like 65 plus was going to be good. But now you have so many teams there that you have a lot to worry about. And ro16 have jumped their way up into 7th place. And Sakura Zensen have landed on TTG, or at least Adam has. The rest of TTG trying to deal with Adam. And Adam peeks around. He takes down Trimble. Nade should go up. And Adam just trying to find the angle onto these players. Prepping another nade. Throws it forward, and that one finds Adit. So now Mafu, the only one alive over here. He gets the flush onto one. Mafu gonna be coming around the side, and Adam just relocating down the side of the hill. He's out of here. He got a flush onto one player, and it's just like, alright, bye. That was fun. I'll see you guys next time. He's gone. And now TTG isn't even going to be able to look around for the next, like, 20, 30 seconds. They're going to be too focused on trying to make sure that there's not an Adam in their mix. ro16, they still have Colt over here for Skyline. And I think he may have picked up his teammate's chips and is running away. And he's surviving right now. What? What is that zone? 4 dogs are going to be loving that. That's criminal. That is absolutely criminal. Alright, Mighty Gods Dots fighting over here in Novo. So far, our bottom 3 teams have fallen. So if Mighty Gods loses this fight to Dots before any other team goes down, then we're just going to be going in a row from the bottom to the top of teams going down. So I think Dots might honestly... Oh, they have a boat over here? Oh yeah, Dots are gone. They're going to take that boat and disappear before Mighty Gods are going to be able to get over here and do anything about it. Yeah. They are gone. And Dot's going to be pretty happy about that they had a boat. They should be able to get an okay spot, as it looks like TTG going down to Sakura Zensen so far, and now Pest Control trying a couple of shots. Gooners gets eliminated by Yahoo finally. And now Trimble gets taken down and flushed by Penta, and Sakura Zensen are just chasing Cater. I don't even know if they're like going for a spot or if they're just trying to chase him down. Cater's just continuing to drive. 2 players still up for TTG, one of them from the res station. I am curious to know how many players got resed. And what that may have caused overall for, like, how many more points teams have gotten. As Sakura Zensen posting up on the res station right now. On the edge of Milta. Which could be funny if they're just doing it to prevent anyone else from getting any more reses. Just like, we think everyone's gotten enough, and now you get to try and fight us if you want to res anyone else. Luju 2, they e-pick up across onto the Sharkfin, so they're not going to have any vehicles to get out of there with unless a team crashes onto them. But it's a decent spot in zone, especially with Battle X with the bolty headshot onto Bliss. It's going to be a decent spot, especially with where the next zones are going to go. And that one pulls over to the east, and that's kind of where Dots went. They went over towards Milta, and they should get somewhat rewarded for it. Hot and Spicy, going kind of deep into the blue zone. Hopefully it's to find a car. Hopefully he does find a car, because I feel like a lot of teams are going to be kind of lacking in that department. Mighty Gods, it looks like they hopped into the ferry to try and make it across. Sakura Zensen with a 2-2 split. One set on each side. No, they're going to have a 2-1-1 split. And I feel like this is normally a smart play. But for Penta, I honestly think it's a little unnecessary, just because there's no one around for it to be a problem. Like, there's no one around here, much less people with vehicles. Run it down. Dealing with Razav right now, laying into the Birdum that Beleda has. Trying to get as much damage onto it as possible right now. I also feel like our leaderboard on the left-hand side isn't totally accurate, because it says we only have 12 teams left. And we start with 16. And there's only 3 teams gone. And we know Gooners got eliminated. So that hasn't updated yet. Yeah. Yeah, DJ. Goons are gone. Goons man's be gonzen. So that's fine. Again, they're at 70 points, and I'm hoping and thinking that should be safe. But honestly, I have no idea. As these teams are just continuing to get more and more points. Wuju 2 have 7 points right now, so they're up to 65. Which we thought was a safe spot at one point. Rezav was in 3rd place for a lot of today, and they've dropped all the way down to 8th place. So now Dots need 1 point to be tied with them for 8th place. And Dreams has made it up on top of the tower. It's not inside zone. He's just going to get shot at as he tries to come down from there. Duel have a spot inside the zone right now. We do pull back over towards farm, which is exactly where 4 Dogs went as soon as they saw the zone. And that could be really good for them, because they are also on the cusp of qualifying. So Bliss, Lucid Freak, and Vorpal, along with Ice Tech, have been doing phenomenal work to make it up and through. Shots going out onto Mighty God Seifu. Gets a knock onto Newbie. Eddie almost goes down. So doesn't Kin. But they do survive. And honestly, good for the Mighty Gods. They don't go... Oh. Eddie nailing those shots onto Joshi, though. That was almost him going down, and almost going down very quickly. But I feel like we haven't seen a lot more kills or deaths or anything. We've seen a few knocks here and there, but in spots where no one can really capitalize. Beleda. That's an okay spot where you're trying to send it, I guess. You are getting shot at by literally everyone as Valiate gets hit by the Birdum, doesn't go down, and now Sakura Zensen doing some damage. Valiate does end up getting the knock, and Hot and Spicy gets the flush onto Beleda. And that's huge for Dots, because that's the team that was right above them. So now Smoke's going to have to come out as Sakura Zensen is going to be fighting them. He-Man from the side getting shot at by Flanker, but he only hits 2 of the shots, and he misses the rest. Collector, they're crashing onto TTG. Valier gets flushed out by Mika, and Shane Doe gets knocked. As Collector trying to push forward. The Molotov doing damage to Psycho. Nades going out from Hazel. And Psycho ends up going down to Kesno. Flushed out by Blist. Cater. He has a shorty. Oh, he tried to look over towards the other player. 4Earth in there, does get the knock and the flush onto 4Earth. Attic gonna be the last one left for TTG. The pre-fire onto 4Earth. He does get the knock, but he's getting shot in the back by Yaho, and Hazel pushes forward, takes him down. Now gonna try and wait for 4Earth to maybe crawl his way over. Maybe they might throw down some smokes. As this goes back up towards the farm, and a lot of these teams going to be struggling. Run it down, probably going to have to go right into Rezav's position, possibly. Dueler crashing onto 4 Dogs. Ice with an opening knock onto IQ as that vehicle just flips around, getting exploded by the Panzer. And Ice does find K-Mine now. This is not the way Duel wanted it to go. They wanted to try and get a little bit more out of this, I'm sure. They probably thought they were in a safe spot, but now it is at risk. if the teams below them continue to farm points. Four dogs messing up their nades a little bit. Hopefully they don't actually knock their teammate. So many teams are looking for four dogs position. Honestly, this is prime for a C4. Roll a C4 down the hill at them or from farm towards them. Oh, that could be so much fun. Punage is just trying to find the angle. Ice finds the nade onto Wooly, banks it off the tree. And Dots, they're sending it forward. Where do they go? They are circling the shack, and Flanker gets taken out by Kesno. Hut and Spicy, it looks like just going to continue to send it, and there is a little bit of a dip right here. And he's just going to play from right here. It's not a fun spot, and unfortunately for Dots, it was always going to be difficult as the zone kept on pulling away from Milta. Oh, Newbie running out in the open. Joshy trying to go for the shots, but honestly, Newbie is going straight towards Wuju too. And Zito immediately hits the headshots, gets the knock onto him. And now they pay attention and they find another player from the Mighty Gods who go down in 10th place. Wuju to 11 kills. I think they are doing very well to try and secure their way through into the group stages. With an 11 kill game right here. We are, for Dots, it's going to be all about how long Hot and Spicy can survive. Four dogs in such a good position. They may be working their way into securing their way through in this match along with Yaho. So we're going to see possibly 3 different teams with Wuju 2, 4 dogs, and Yaho all confirming their way through into the group stages here with this match. Sakura Zensen finding another kill onto Taestu. Pest Control and Sakura Zensen, 2 of the teams still alive in this top 8. And they are 2 teams that we are pretty sure is going to make their way through. Seifu, 5 kills and 670 damage so far in this match. He has had a phenomenal time so far. Lucid, you got no points. You should get a couple of points there. Hut and Spicy has to go forward a little bit. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I was going to say, I think this way is actually safer. Yes. Yes. Exactly. Hut and Spicy nailed it. As Adam goes flying after he gets taken out of the vehicle, Punage finds one. Mika pulls up, finds the knock onto one, and Penta finds the other. And now Balefrost and Shinboy all of a sudden gonna have to sprint over in the open. Hut and Spicy maybe gonna be able to get a couple of shots in the back if he can find the angle. Balefrost trying to find them. The Panzer goes out. Penta finds another. And now Balefrost, the last one left. Pest Control gonna be over here. DBS, but it's a long-range spray with the DBS, and he's not finding the shots. Blissey throwing the Molotov forward to try and stall for some time. As I don't think you push Balefrost here. He has a DBS. You have stuns going forward, though. They're throwing a couple of nades. Do the nades do enough? Yes, Joshy finds the nade onto Balefrost to take them down. Hut and Spicy did go down, I believe, in 7th place. So it's only going to be a single placement point for Dots, and it's not looking good with what all the teams ahead of them are doing. And unfortunately, with Yahoo going down there like that, they might actually be fighting for qualification going into the next match. Wuju 2, depending on where zone goes, if it pulls towards them, they could be in a winning spot right now. It doesn't quite. They can actually crash onto the compound, though. There's no one on the buildings. Because pest control crashed onto the fight between Yahoo and Sakura. And that leaves those buildings completely open. If Wuju 2 can spot that out, all of a sudden, they're going to be in a very fun spot. Collector, they were further down the leaderboard, but I mean, they still... 6 kills... I think they'd really need to probably win this match, and then also win the next match. But we'll have to see where their points end. They were at 47 going into this one. So with 6 kills, it puts them around 53, which is going to be right around cutoff, or like 10 points below cutoff, or somewhere around there. As going into the last match, I think our current cutoff is going to be around. Kesno knocked. Nubsky ends up going down to the blue zone instead of Hazel's shots after he hit a headshot, and Team Rezav just denying points. And I don't blame them, because if they go down to Collector, that could cause some problems. Because Collector is going to be vying for that 8th place spot. Wuju 2, you can crash onto this. It's free. Four dogs sending it through here now. Wuju 2, they make it onto one of the buildings. Blissey picked up the DBS. This is the most I have ever seen the DBS used. The fact that not only one player, but a second player has picked it up, and he has a Groza as well. He has a Groza and a DBS. Don't push Blissey. As Blist goes down to Hazel Dragonov headshot. Probably not going to leave much for a helmet for him either. So Wuju 2, they've taken that building now. And that's going to be really good for them, because I think that puts them in the winning position. I think center dot does land just outside their building. So they'll be the last to move. And Blissey's going to have to move before them, along with 4 dogs and Collector. So all the other teams have to move, and Wuju 2 will just be able to farm here in a second. 4 Earth, headshot onto ice. Seifu has made his way over here, gets the knock onto one, goes for the stun. Lucid Freak there. Preps, throws a nade, and now they're going to be playing Ring Around the Rosie. The nade from Lucid Freak lands right on Seifu, though. Is able to get the knock, but Seifu does get the confirm onto Bliss. So Wuju 2, they lose 1 in return for a point. And now Sneak Attack might be able to watch Lucid as Lucid tries to make his drive forward. And Sneak Attack with the double heady as he tries to drive forward. Gets the flush as well. And Hazel gets a knock onto Joshi. Blissey finishes off Collector. So now it's Wuju 2 members of 4 dogs, and Blissey should be able to get the res onto Joshi. 2v2v3. And Wuju 2 should just be able to sit back and win this one. $836 damage for Sneak Attack. Lucid somehow still has 0 kills. Didn't we literally just see Lucid get a double headshot and then the flush? Or was that someone else? I said Lucid, but I guess it might not have been. Interesting. Blissey still has DBS Groza. That's insane. I mean, the damage output so quickly onto Enzito. Oh, I really thought Lucid got the double headshot. I'm glad you're here to keep me straight, DJ. I don't know what I'd do without you. Whoa. I think sneak attack is more holding for the members of Four Dogs. But Four Dogs up on the rooftop, and sneak attack doesn't find all the shots he needs to. Finally gets the knock onto Vorpal. Ice is still alive. Vorpal should go down in a second to the blue zone. A decent Molotov barely doesn't spread far enough. Now the stuns go out. Ice goes down to the blue zone. Blissey goes down to Lucid. Josh is going to be the last one left. Gets a nade right onto Lucid. 1v1, and Pest Control wins. Wuju 2 ended up going down to the blue zone. Wuju 2, though, with 20 points in this. Probably going to be looking pretty good. Pest Control with 16. Yahoo with 12. Sakura Zensen with 11. Collector with 10. Four Dogs with 9. Team Rezav with 6. And Toto Bibo rounding out our top 8 with 4 points. So we're going to have to see how that affects the standings, but we're going to go to a quick break and try and get back right when the leaderboard updates. So I'll see you in just a sec. Okay, good, DJ. I'm glad you did that. Because I really want Dots to make it through. And I mean, I don't think last match was fully their fault. That was a crazy zone. I don't think really any team was ready for. Besides, I mean, 4Dogs ended up in a great position for it. They were like, oh, you know, I just saw this coming the whole time. That's why we were still over here. But, yeah, I mean, 8 seconds and we'll get this underway. Final match. Who's gonna make it into the group stages and who's gonna unfortunately be left out of the group stages? We'll have to see here as we get underway. Pest were able to win that last match. So Sakura Zensen, first place, 135 points, they're through. Pest Control, 100 points, second place, they're through. Wuju 2 jump up 6 spots, get third place now with 78 points. I am confident that 78 points is going to make it through. So Wuju 2, they're through. Yahoo, fourth place with 77 points. I'm pretty sure that's making it through too. So, they're going to make it through. Then you have 4Dogs at 74 points, 5th place. I'm not positive you make it through. But it could happen. Oh, Supernova gonna be landing up against Razav. So if Razav goes down here, they are the team currently in 8th place with 66 points. Panda Dorito finds knock. They get a flush. That's another point. Yeah, Iffy at 74. That's what I'm saying. This is ridiculous. Iffy at 74. Kesno finds a knock onto Batty. And now Penry just pushing forward with the shotgun, trying to run down the last player. And he's going to be in a 1v4 up against the members of Razav. He hops out of the building onto the backside, shotgun for 78 damage. He hops back into the building, tries the shotgun again. Kesno takes him down. 3 more points for Razav. That is huge. That puts them up to 69 points. So right now, 69 points is our cutoff. So pretty much Dots have to get minimum 8 points with Duel and Razav not getting any points. So it is looking more like a 75 point cutoff. So Gooners, who we said at 70 points we're gonna be through, are all of a sudden on the brink again. Because Collector is at 57 points, Dots are at 61, TTG's at 51. So 12th and down, they're out. I'm convinced. 12th and down is out. TTG could get up to 75 points. We've seen 25-point matches many a time. It can be done. But a lot of teams fighting early with Mighty Gods and Pest Control now fighting. And... oh, drop shot by Joshy to take down Eddie. Yeah. It really has VSS from Karam towards Eddie. Or Newbie, sorry. Eddie was already taken down. That one's Newbie. I saw the B at the end, and I was like, Eddie. Or the IE at the end. Words. Yeah, this is crazy. Battle X. Trying to push forward. This is a 4v3 pest control versus Mighty God's newbie. It's a couple of shots. More coffee? I don't drink any coffee. Maybe that's the problem. Belissi goes down from the side. Mr. T hits the headshot. Yeah, I don't drink any coffee. I normally don't stay up till 11 o'clock either. I normally stay up till 9, so I've stayed up till 11 o'clock 5 days this week because I lost power on Friday, so I wasn't able to cast this, which was really annoying. I lost power at 6:45 my time, which is right when I clicked the go live button. It was awful. This fight still continuing, a 3v3 now. I will say, every single point that is lost here from teams going down early to fights where, for Razab, that was huge, but Mighty Gods versus Pest, these teams are either already qualified or not going to make it. So these are huge points being taken, potential points being taken off the board for other teams that need it. And there we go. Mr. T gets flushed out. Kin does hit a headshot over onto Battle X. And now Joshy finds Newbie. It's all on to Kin. And the MP5. He tries to spray over towards Joshy, and Battle X hits the headshots. Down goes Mighty Gods. So now it's what is gonna happen. I mean, dude, from 4 dogs all the way down to TTG. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams fighting for the final spots, which really means I feel like we're fighting for TTG, fighting up against Sakura. Not a team you really want to go against because they've been absolutely dominant so far, but they do get at least one knock onto Sakura, and Trimble gets the flush onto He-Man. Adam is extremely low, so we're going to see Trimble try and prep a nade. He's going to try and roll it out so it gets on to Adam. It does a little bit more damage. That one, he didn't prep for as long. I don't think that's going to get the knock. He needed it to last a little bit longer, honestly. Just hold it till that last second to try and find more. Now he's prepping another nade, getting ready to throw it forward. Bounces it off the fence to find a lot of damage onto both of them. Didn't take any from the nade that was thrown at him. So that underhand one, maybe gonna find a little bit more. He tries to go for the drop shot. Mika hits the headshots, ready for it. And down goes Trimble, who has been the ace for TTG so far. And this, unfortunately, may be the end of TTG's potential games. Yahoo! They are probably safe. They're taking down the members of Skyline. Matt getting a knock onto Poonage. If they can get the flush, that's going to be a huge point for them. Trying to just climb up the leaderboard a little bit more. Icy Flex almost gets taken down by Cherry Vibes. But that's Team Skyline going down off the board. And they're taken by Yahoo, another team that's already confirmed their way through. So most of the kills so far right now are coming from our top 4 teams. One of them is on to Train to Go, one of the teams that was trying to fight to make it through into the group stages. So it's just really unfortunate. Icy Flex getting that extra point, gonna be helpful because TTG being down a couple of players and probably gonna lose the chips as well, so they're gonna be a two-man for the rest of this. It's tough. There's always the possibility, but with how many points they needed, it really does look like this is now gonna be a fight for the potential last two spots between Four Dogs, Gooner's Duel, Razav, Dots, and Collector. So still 6 potential teams that can move around. Gooners picking up 1 point is going to be helping them. Four Dogs with 75 points going into this, which right now is 8 points ahead of the rest of the teams, is definitely going to be helpful. And with a lot of the points going off the board, it's just making their spot safer and safer. A nail biter with so many teams, so much potential to cause mayhem. 10 minutes into this, we're down to 13 teams, 48 players left alive. And Dots, we haven't really seen them in the kill feed yet. We haven't really seen Collector in the kill feed. We haven't seen Duel in the kill feed. We haven't seen Razav in the kill feed. At one point in time, Duel, Gooners, both towards the top of the leaderboard, along with Razav, all thought to really be in a spot where they were relatively safe, and now we're getting down to our final game, and they're not. Toto Bibbo going down to Lucid, and again, it's one of the teams in the top 4. Dots. They spot out Razav, headshot onto Bleda. If they could have got the double headshot and the knock onto Razav, I almost feel like it would have been worth it for Dots to try and send it onto that. Because they need Razav to go down, so they can try and chase down that spot, especially after they already got the kills onto Supernova. Razav, it looks like they're just going to try and rotate to a different side of the zone. And so Dots, they need kills and good placement. As Ice is spotted out by Panadorito. And Razav seemed to be relatively aggressive when spotting people right now. They are ready to take a fight. It doesn't look like they are going to shy away from fights right now. It looks like if they think there is going to be the potential to get shots on someone, they're going to take it and they're going to try and get kills. They are taking this matter into their own hands and trying to make sure that they do qualify. 3 points that they've gotten so far, I believe, will tie them to Duel, and it puts our cutoff point at 69. It looks like Four Dogs aren't interested in really taking the fight to Razav. And I think, honestly, Four Dogs' plan here should be to just survive. I don't think they need kill points. I think if you just make sure that you survive, you hunker down on the edge of zone, or even if you can get a spot maybe closer to center, and you just make sure no teams come near you, you might be good. Now we do pull a little bit southern towards Milta. So Dots are no longer in the zone. Razav are popping an E pickup to go into the zone. Collector dead center of the zone. They absolutely nailed it here, and they may have run it down crashing onto them. They do have run it down crashing onto them, and I think the other two team members of Collector have to hop in their vehicle and send it over there right now, because this is a huge hold to have for Earth and Hazel. They find 2 already, and for Earth ready to push down further if he needs to. The blue zone on one side, he finds a third. They were prepping a nade, and then the Molotov, and he finishes himself off with the nade. So Collector find 3 more points, and they hold down the spot in center. They did have one player crash onto this to support. So Dreams was ready. He can probably send it back over, and that's 3 points closer to potentially making it. Collector and Dot's going to be side by side in points. And Shinboy gets a knock onto Blist. Dogs. This is not what you needed. You needed to just not get caught out at all and just try and survive. That's a huge loss on Blist right there. He should get confirmed here in a second as Shinboy keeps on making his way forward. And Hot and Spicy, your best bet might be to go for the Wizard Tower to try and just get into a comfortable spot. Cater gets a knock onto Lucid Freak. He's going to be in a fight against Vorpal. His vehicle still going a little bit forward. And honestly, Dots may be able to look down onto this in a second. Cater gets the flush onto Vorpal, so down he goes. And there goes Cater to Hot and Spicy. Ice only takes a single bullet of damage there from Flanker. And now we're going to see double blue zone go out. Should land in an okay spot to start doing damage to Ice. He's going to jump out the backside. I don't think Flanker saw it. Hot and Spicy going all the way around. Ice actually flushes out Lucid Freak to make sure that Dots don't get this kill. I don't know how long you want to stick around in this spot as Dots. It's on the very edge of the zone. You have another team pushing over here. If you were reading kill feed, then you'll know that Yaho was over here. But it's also a situation of you might have an isolated fight with Yaho, and that's not a bad idea if they think they can win it. Because they do need kills. Like, if they want to catch up to Razav and the other teams, they need kills to be able to make it up through here. Now the shots ring out. So Dot's going to be fully aware of this, and it doesn't look like right now they're sticking around for the fight. It looks like they're trying to get over to their vehicles. Hot and Spicy isn't with them right now, so they've left, and it looks like Yaho is going to be backing off this as well. Gooner's coming over here to try and hold people out on the edge, possibly pick up a few more points of their own. And yeah, okay, after those shots, Gooner's definitely going to be curious about it. Icy Flex gets the knock onto Shinboy. And if we start seeing knocks on both sides, Wuju too might be getting involved in the back of this. I think Dots need to turn around if Gooners take a knock. And only if Gooners take a knock. But Dots actually might be following the same path of Wuju too. And, oh, Cherry Vibes spotted out. He's going to back off, try and go a different way. And he's probably going to see the rest of Gooners making their way forward right now. Cherry Vibes tries to go for a couple of shots. Poonage right here throws the Molotov and gets a knock onto Greg's shot. And now Icy Flex goes down, so now it's 2 on each side. Bunt gets the knock onto Poonage. Simply Matt finishes off Cherry Vibes, so there is 2 knocked on Gooners right now. 5 kills for them. Wuju 2 making their way over here. Might be able to mop up Gooners, who are going to be around the 75 point mark now. and that's a knock and a flush onto Gregshot and Matt. So now 2 players up. Dots, I feel like really need to try and make their way over here quickly. Oh, Collector getting some shots in the back. If ro16 takes a knock, it's a fight that Dots have to be in. Seifu, though, does spot out Hot and Spicy, and now ro16 gonna have to completely turn around. And that might be Gunar's opportunity to get re-involved in on this. Sneak attack goes down to Flanker. Up on the rock above them is Seifu. They're trying to nade him down off of it. They're not connecting with any of their util. Seifu gonna prep the nade. He's gonna try and get it onto Flanker. Stun goes up and over. Does get Seifu to back off of the rock. They haven't got the flush onto sneak attack, and it looks like the res is coming out onto him. Because Seifu's up on the rock above, Flanker not really able to peek down anymore. Now Hunt and Spicy getting shot in the back by Janlo from Toto Bibbo. Seifu and Lucid finding more. Valiant goes down. Flanker takes a lot of damage. He goes down. Shane Du does get the knock on to Seifu, but he's going to be the last one. Dots eliminated in the back. Toto Bibbo ruins their hopes, their dreams, down the drain. It's all on to Collector. What can they do to try and catch up to Razav and Duel? And Janlo hitting a headshot onto sneak attack. So Toto Bibbo, they only have 36 points. No way for them to actually make a huge difference in this one. They are just starting to farm this lobby, do some damage now. Kwanda getting shot in the side, and Zito is the one that ends up picking up the knock, and sneak attack finds the last one onto Vibes. Down goes Toto Bibbo. Yeah. Unfortunate there for them. And Pest Control trying to take care of Razav. Doing damage. Util is finding the mark, just not enough to get any knocks. That's a lot of damage onto Kesno. Again, they're a bullet or two or a nade just shy of getting the knocks onto these players. And Sakura Zensen, looks like they may want to get involved in this. Collector picking up more kills onto ro16. So Collector very much trying to make this a possibility to get through here, as Bunt finds the kill onto Lucid. Finds a knock onto Dreams, as well as it looks like Razav getting some knocks onto Pest. They need to try and pick up those flushes. Kesno does pick up the flush onto one. Joshi going for the shots. Finds one. Battlex finds the knock onto Pandorito. And there's one player left for Razav. Kesno is the last man standing. Still getting shot in the back by Sakura Zensen. Joshi coming forward, does find the flush. He goes down to Kesno. One player left. Double headshot from Battlex. And down goes Razav. Collector gonna be the team to try and catch up to Razav and Duel. And Collector 5 kills so far. They're doing good. They have a couple of placement points, and they are closing in onto Razav and Duel, but Duel have center dot, so they are looking poised to win it. So if Duel can win this game, they're going to be looking good to stay ahead. It's all going to be on to Collector picking up these couple of kills onto Gooners And that nade goes forward towards Bunt, lands just a little bit shy. You got to throw it a little bit farther, Hazel. And that one was great. Gets the knock onto Bunt. They're getting in each other's way a little bit. Now it's just get the flush, find the finish onto Icy. Icy is there. And the shot. There we go. Psycho finally finds it. Gooners down in 6th place. Them and 4 Dogs, I believe, did enough. It's all between Collector, Team Razav, and Duel at this point. For who gets the final 2 spots. It's really whether Collector can knock Duel or Razav out. And Duel are looking like they should get plenty of points here with that center spot in zone. Phase 6 closing in 28 seconds. Penta getting a knock onto Karam. BattleX going back and forth. And now we see Joshy, last one left. He finds another, and it's going to turn this into a 1v1. Joshy. Another 5-kill game. He's going to get the res onto Karam. As Mika should get res. Dreams for Collector trying to find more. He finds the flush onto Karam. So more points going the way of Collector. They're still trying to get the shots over towards Joshy. He gets the flush before Adam takes him down. So Sakura Zensen in the top 4. Collector, Duel, Sakura Zensen, and Dogs. What a game from Collector here at the end to try and make their push all the way up into the top 8. Eight kills. They've gotten a few placement points. That's going to put them... what? Around 69 points right now, which is what Duel and Razav started at. So they do need to find a little bit more. Mika is heard. The shots come out. Dreams was the only one fully over here already. More shots going out. Psycho does get the knock onto Mika. So now it's just Adam over here in the flush because Mika was trying to prep a nade. Nade's coming out now onto Adam. They aren't finding any damage for Earth trying to get the res. Ice is spotted out by Adam with the VSS. He has VSS Dragonov right now. So Collector with at least one more point as they take down Sakura Zensen. The real question is, how many points did Razav get? Because that is how many points that Collector now needs to get. And they'll get at least 2 more if they outlive. Okay, Ice goes down. So 4 Dogs are eliminated. Sakura Zensen down to just Adam. And I feel like Collector is gonna need to get a couple of points from Duel. Really, they want to try and find the kill onto Adam. And then pick up 1 or 2 flushes onto Duel. And I think that should be enough to make it through, but it is going to be so close here at the end. As I'm not positive exactly how many points Razav got. But if they outlive Adam, they should... I mean, it's going to come down to a point or 2 between Razav and Collector. So close. So tense. Will they make it, or will Razav make it? Razav picking up those couple of points up against Pest Control right at the end is going to be really, really big for them. think they actually only ended up getting one flush onto Pest Control, though. Because when Pest Control was fighting Sakura, they had 3 players up. So that means Rezav, after their beginning, may have only gotten one more point beyond that. So Collector, Rezav, so ridiculously close. Duel. I think with the placement points they've gotten, aren't gonna be in too much difficulty. But it's really hard to tell. I mean, if Collector is able to dislodge Duel from that position somehow, and win the game, then all of a sudden Collector might end up with more points than Duel, and then it's between Duel and Rezav for the final position. As Adam just crawling forward, the nades being sent up and over the tree, and they're not connecting. Collector prepping smokes. Psycho ready to throw a nade forward, and they actually throw it over towards Adam instead of towards Duel. That nade damage onto Dreams and Hazel. I mean, Duel just have such a good spot, but Collector, they made it down below Duel with a couple of their players. Adam just surviving in the smoke. Lobes gets a knock onto Psycho to start this off. K-Mine finds Hazel. IQ gets the flush. Adam goes down. K-Mine finds Dreams. One player left for Collector. For Earth. Where is he? They're all trying to search for him. All the players have dropped down. IQ finds him with the mutant, and Duel win the final match. They only get 4 kills out of it, but it should be enough. The win and 4 kills, 6 points. And Collector, 16 points. Rezav end up with 5 points. 7th place here in this match. 4 Dogs with 4 points. Gooners with 9. Wuju 2 with 10. Sakura Zensen with 10. Pest Control and Duel both with 14. Yahoo only got 4, but they're through anyways. TTG, Dots, both teams that would have needed some points here, get 1 and 3. But Collector get 16. Like, is 16 gonna be enough to pass Rezav? It's gonna be so close. We're gonna see it in just a second when this leaderboard updates. Who makes it through? Team Rezav or Collector? Collector makes it through, and they make it through by 2 points. Team Rezav, they fell kind of early. They did hut drop, and they got their points off of that. But afterwards, they weren't really able to capitalize on anything else and only get up to 71 points. Collector, 57 points going into that match, and they fought tooth and nail. They got the center of zone. They weren't happy with just that, though. They pushed out. They got killed. They defended their position, and they made it up to 73 points to be able to make it through in 8th place. But Sakura Zensen, over 100 points every single round for qualifiers. I cannot wait to see them in the next round. Wuju 2, up to 88 points in this. They were 1st place overall in the round of 32. Meanwhile, Gooners only in 6th place. They were 7th place in round of 64, 2nd place in round of 32, and now they're 6th place in round of 16. Pest Control, We're only ninth place in round of 32, eighth place in round of 64. So they improved on their game. Going into this round, 114 points for them. Duel, we're 10th place in round of 32, 10th place in round of 64, and here they end up in 4th place. Yahoo, 4th place, 7th place, and now 5th place. Four dogs. They were the last qualifying spot in the round of 32. They make it through in 16th place, and then come in here and are able to qualify into the group stages with 78 points. Absolutely beautiful from them. Wonderful from all of these teams. I can't wait to watch group stages. We're going to be doing a watch party here. I hope you guys all have a wonderful night. I will see you guys. I don't know if Smear Zero League is happening tomorrow. If it is, I may not be on for tomorrow, but I should be here for Tuesday. If it runs. But I will definitely be doing a watch party for the group stages September 5th through 7th. Thank you so much for stopping by the stream. I will see you guys next time. Have a wonderful night. Bye-bye.